to continue his political work. We further understand that he was also one of the 8 Rivonia trialists of 1963 after being arrested in a police swoop of the Lily's Leaf farm in Rivonia and was sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island. This House recalls that Uncle Kathy spent 26 years in prison, 18 years of which were on Robben Island, and that after his release and the unbanning of the ANC, he was elected to the ANC National Executive Committee in 1989, leading the organization's public relations department until 1994. We further recall that he was elected to Parliament in 1994 and served as a parliamentary counsellor to his longtime friend and confidante, the late former President Nelson Mandela, with whom he was incarcerated on Robben Island. We further acknowledge that while in prison, our leader, Comrade Kathrada, pursued his academic studies and obtained a Bachelor of Arts in History and Criminology, a Bachelor of Bibliography in Library Sciences and African Politics, as well as 2 BA honors degrees from the University of South Africa in African Politics and History. We further acknowledge that he was also awarded 4 honorary degrees, including one from the University of Missouri. This House believes that Uncle Kathy has left an indelible footprint which can never be erased, and a source of wisdom that will benefit South Africans from generations to generations. This House further believes that his life is a lesson of humility, tolerance, resilience, and a steadfast commitment to principle. And lastly, this House conveys its condolences to his wife, Barbara Hogan, the Kathrada family, and the African National Congress. We so move, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makula.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this House, I would want, Honorable Speaker, in the very first instance, to appreciate the space that Parliament has afforded the honorable members of this House to pay homage to Ahmed Kathrada. As part of our effort to preserve the memory of those who contributed to the liberation of our country, to build a new nation based on new values. I hope, in deference to Comrade Kathrada, one of the heroes of the struggle for our freedom and one of the building blocks of our democratic dispensation, we shall be able to raise his memory as a mirror to look at our image as members of this House and scan the country to determine whether we have succeeded to emulate yesteryear's freedom fighters, some of who laid down their lives for all our people to be free. Comrade Kathy, as many among us here used to call him, while the younger generation of our people referred to him as Uncle Kathy, was a member of this House. In the first Parliament, working together with our first democratically elected president, the iconic Nelson Mandela, as the President's parliamentary counsellor. But as we remember Comrade Kathy today, let us also declare our solidarity with those who, in recent times, lost family members in very unfortunate circumstances visited upon them by natural disasters in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. There are areas of our country that are prone to those types of disasters, where some of our people's lives are taken away by floods and fires. These are national questions which we need to address as our entire nation, using our collective wisdom as a weapon to mitigate instances where our people lose their lives. We should also direct our deepest condolences during this period, which we have defined as Youth Month, in recognition of the contribution of our young people in the creation of our new nation, to the families of those whose children's lives were wasted wantonly by malicious attackers. Such brazen criminal actions, especially against the girl child, must be condemned by all peace-loving South Africans and must influence us as lawmakers to discuss strategies and tactics that will strengthen law enforcement in our country. It is a fact that the police, working on their own, will not eradicate serious crimes like murder in our country. One of the tactics must be our united action, working together with the law enforcement officers of our land across the length and breadth of our country. We should remember that most of the murders are committed by people who have close relations with the victims, and many of them happen behind closed doors or at isolated areas. Let us use our constituency resources, human and material, to design programs where we must educate the communities we serve on how to keep safe, and working with the police ensure our communities to see the law enforcers as allies rather than enemies, and build enough confidence to give the police information on crime and the perpetrators of criminal acts where they live. Comrade Kathy would have done exactly what I am talking about. Remember, Comrade Kathy was just a high school student, like the 16 June 1976 cadres, when he mobilized people against Jan Smuts' Asiatic Land Tenure Act of 1946. Our people called it the Ghetto Act. It was the Ghetto Act, actually, that paved the way to the birth of the Group Areas Act, which saw the forceful removal of our people from their ancestral lands to barren spaces completely unknown to them in pursuit of the dictates of the racist policies of the apartheid regime. I know there are some South Africans who do not want us to talk about the past. The past terrifies them. Those whose human rights were violated through oppression, exploitation, torture, and long periods of detention without trial, and those, including some members of this House, who were forced within the context of the Orai philosophy of Bantu education to learn difficult subjects through the medium of Afrikaans, want to remember what happened to them personally and to their kith and kin at the height of apartheid colonialism. They want to remember, as we celebrate Youth Month, the gallant young students who faced the bullets of the apartheid police on 16 June 1976, but were not cowed as those who were moved down by the callous police. It is part of South Africa's history and must be told and retold over and over again. There are those may be embarrassed that for years they supported and voted for the racist National Party, who want us to airbrush the words that forced people like Ahmed Kathrada and other South Africans of Indian extraction, as well as thousands of other black South Africans, into apartheid ghettos, where they were confined in terms of their tribal categorization. We must always remember those things in order for us truly never to go back to such evil practices. It is worrisome that now and again racism rears its ugly head in our country. We gathered here as lawmakers should consider what else we need to do to ensure we decisively move away from all the negative tendencies which were part of the racial policies of the past. Arguing that, quote, bygones must be bygones and must not be part of the story we tell our kids, is a blinkered approach to the difficult project to consolidate our democracy. To argue that we must not talk about Jan van Riebeeck And what he did to the Khoi and the San is to airbrush huge chunks from the annals of our history. We have an obligation to talk about Krotoa and about David Stirman. We must remind our people that once upon a time, South Africans of Indian extraction were not allowed by law to sleep over in the old Orange Free State. Madiba's words at his inauguration as President of South Africa should always ring in our ears, especially when he said, quote, "Never, never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land again experiences the oppression of one by another and suffer the dignity of being the skunk of the world," unquote. We must commend cadres like Ahmed Kathrada for taking up cudgels to fight on the side of the struggling masses of our people, to free not only the oppressed, but the oppressors as well. As we remember Comrade Kathy today, let us remember also that the struggle for our liberation was long and hard. That democratically finally came to South Africa is a badge of honor for those countrymen and women who continue to struggle even when odds looked bleak and even when the possibility was clear and present that they might lose their own lives. It is pleasing to remember that Comrade Kathy was among those courageous cadres. Kathrada walked side by side with the giants of our revolution simply because, like the Walter Sisulus, Oliver Tambos, Nelson Mandelas, and Govan Mbeki's, he himself was a giant. And when those leaders were arrested and charged in the case that came to be known as the Rivonia trial, Ahmed Muhammad Kathrada appeared with them as accused number 5. Joel Joffe, the attorney who was managing the defense team that was led by what Madiba called, quote, the indomitable advocate Bram Fisher, described Comrade Kathy as follows during the trial, as recorded in his book, The State versus Nelson Mandela, the trial that changed South Africa. Quote, Ahmed Kathrada, the only Indian in the trial, was younger than most of the others, still in his middle 30s. He had a sharp tongue and engaging personality. He struck me essentially as one of the doers, not the theorizers of the movement. Whatever practical job had to be done in this trial, Kathrada was willing to do it. He seldom ventured an opinion, especially on a theoretical matter, unless pressed, and never took the lead in any discussion. Yet, he held tenaciously to views in many respects at variance with those of the others. He stated these views quite uncompromisingly, defending them when pushed to do so, but always accepted and carried out a majority decision once it had been taken. Madiba also reveals in his book, Long Walk to Freedom, the quote, uncompromising views, unquote, that Joffe referred to, and how he, quote, always accepted and carried out a majority decision, unquote. He writes, on the question of his initial engagements with some of the National Party leaders and Comrade Kathy's response, quote, the last man he engaged was Kathy. His response was negative. He was as resolutely against what I was suggesting as Raymond Mhlaba and Andrew Mlangeni were in favor. Even more strongly than Walter, he felt that by initiating talks, it would appear that we were capitulating. Like Walter, he said he was not against negotiations in principle, and I responded exactly as I had with Walter. But Kathy was adamant. He felt I was going down the wrong path. But despite his misgivings, he said he would not stand in my way. Comrade Speaker, as one of the top leaders of the African Congress, and some of the National Executive Committee members who are here, I would like to spend the last minutes of my speech to address you. Firstly, let me remind you that Comrade Kathy had misgivings before he died about the state of his beloved African National Congress. He raised those concerns, Honorable Speaker, openly and without fear. He was doing so remembering surely the words of Oliver Reginald Tambo when he handed over the ANC to the incoming leadership of the organization at the Durban Conference in 1991, where he said, "We have devotedly watched over the organization all these years. We now hand it back to you, bigger, stronger, and intact. Guard our precious movement. We have made miscalculations in the past as the leadership of Oliver Tambo's movement. Some of these mistakes gave birth to three parties which have seats in this House: the United Democratic Movement, the Congress of the People, and the Economic Freedom Fighters. Those parties are today part of the opposition to the ANC in this House and in the various legislatures and local government councils in the country. That happened as a consequence of some of our miscalculations as the leadership of the African National Congress. Tambo's ANC, Mandela's ANC, Walter Sisulu's ANC, and Ahmed Mohamed Kathrada's ANC is expected to mobilize all resources possible, human and material, to destroy corruption. The auger that is destroying our moral values and the biggest enemy of our people. I therefore want to say, as we remember Kathy Mohamed Kathrada, let us remember some of the things that we need to do in order for us truly to provide the service for our people which will ensure that they enjoy a better life. Let us do all those things that not only must unite the African National Congress, but also must unite the people of this country, so that as a united force, we can begin to address our common enemies of unemployment, of homelessness, of hunger. And to that extent, therefore, do whatever we can as a united force, involving all our people wherever they are active, whatever their national and human endeavors are, so that we utilize our collective wisdom for us to find ways in order for us to therefore ensure that our economy grows, for our economy therefore to be able to address some of the problems that our people have. Once more, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for creating this space so that we can remember one of the icons of our struggle, Ahmed Mohamed Kathrada. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kachalia.
Two score and more years ago, we made a tryst with destiny. I was there in the ballroom of the Carlton Hotel alongside my parents, Yusuf and Amina Kachalia, when Nelson Mandela thanked South Africa for placing the nation's faith in the ANC of Albert Luthuli, Oliver Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Governor Mbeki, and Ahmed Kathrada. Ahmed Mohamed Kathrada, or Kathy, as he was affectionately called, understood that tryst. More so, he fought all of his life to give meaning to it. I was privileged to know him. He was an activist to the core and a humanitarian to his very marrow. He gave his all to give meaning to that much used and abused phrase, a better life for all. A little known fact about Kathy, imparted to me by my father, is that he was assured by the stellar legal team, headed by Bram Fisher, that he had no case to answer, and that they could ensure his acquittal. Kathy refused. He elected to join his leaders and mentors in jail, where he sacrificed his freedom over 26 years to demonstrate the solidarity of the Indian people in our common struggle for freedom. Let us salute his bravery, his sacrifice, his vision, his unfailing commitment to that quest, which he saw to fruition in that Carlton ballroom where that tryst with destiny was made. In his speech, Nelson Mandela asked the people of South Africa to hold his government accountable. As J. Naidu, the first RDP minister, once said, "We had in our hands the levers of power, money in a budget, staff, resources, and the conviction that this government, by virtue of its democratic election, was the only legitimate representative of the aspirations of our people." He added wryly, any criticism of the government was seen as a criticism of the revolution. That revolutionary narrative, fed, nurtured, and kept alive in the body of the ANC by the SACP, that South Africa represented a colonialism of a special type, and that power needed to be seized from the white colonists, set the scene for decades to come. The National Democratic Revolution became the interim buzzword of choice, and a black middle class was created to foster it. Now we have the Bell Pottinger refinement of this in white monopoly capital. A smokescreen for racist appropriation, tribal control, and the continuance of crookery. The theory of the game was that the expropriation of the wealth of the bourgeoisie, white then and black now, would be just desserts for their historic and ongoing appropriation. In his heart, Kathy would have known that this was not the science of a revolution. He knew it was an apology for plunder. He knew that this is how the revolution eats itself, time and time again. I know this, you know this. This is crass elitism masquerading as social injustice. Of course we need social justice, but this was bunk and Kathy knew this. If in doubt, read between the lines of his memoirs and other explicit statements he has made since. Kathy knew in his heart, because he had lived history, because he knew, because he had a reflective integrity, because he was a mensch. He lamented too that the liberation has actualized a drive for conspicuous consumption. He knew this, Mandela knew this. And when I raised the issue with Madiba years ago, he likened it to children who had never seen sweets being let loose in a sweet shop. Witness the radical chic on many on the benches here, the Breitling watches, the Savile Row suits, the custom shoes and the lavish motor cars and VIP security. Paid for by the taxpayer, as they continue to buy into the vain notion that socialism will arrive, this frenzy of appropriation notwithstanding, as long as the right structures are put in place and the correct measures taken. Kathy had the moral fiber to see through this. He saw that tryst being trampled and trashed as time went by. Moreover, he understood the inherent contradictions, as did Frans Fanon, who said that the curse of post-colonial Africa was that the leaders who took over from the colonists only became colonists themselves. Ironically, colonialism of a very special type. By March last year, Kathy had had enough. He wrote a letter to his president, the Honorable Jacob Zuma, in which he called for him to step down. Kathy's struggle credentials are lit large, in blood, suffering, and selfless contribution. On his release in '89, he served on the first National Executive Committee of the ANC after its unbanning. A far cry from the spineless Yabas body it is today. He expressed his pain in writing to Honorable Zuma, in absentia, you Honorable Zuma, as a loyal and disciplined member of the ANC and the broader Congress movement since the 1940s. He had always maintained a position of not speaking out publicly about any differences he may have had with his leaders in his organization. But on that day in March 2016, he was moved to break with that tradition. Echoing the famed lament of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, he said, "I did not speak out against Nkandla, although I thought it was wrong to have spent public money for any president's private comfort. I did not speak out, though I felt it grossly insulting that my president is called a thief and a rapist, or when he is accused of being under the influence of the Guptas. I believe the NEC would have dealt with this as the collective leadership of the ANC. But the record shows they didn't, and that, sadly and shamefully, is down to the politics of patronage and complicit compromise. These events, Nkandla and more, led him to ask some very serious and difficult questions. He put it thus: now that the court has found the president failed to uphold, defend and respect the Constitution and the supreme law, how should I relate to my president? If we are to continue to be guided by growing public opinion and the need to do the right thing, would he not seriously consider stepping down? He went on to say, I know that if I were in the president's shoes, I would step down with immediate effect and appeal to the president to submit to the will of the people and resign. This is the legacy of a man of principle, so far removed from the politics of patronage. I feel his pain. It was the same pain that I felt when the ANC left me. Yes, it left me like it did Kathy and millions of South Africans because it had lost its way irretrievably, irrevocably, and indefinitely. The time has come to usher in a change that heralds a break with the old lie, that those who lay sole claim to the mantle of victory over injustice have a God-given right to rule, as they say, until Jesus comes. In all those years of struggle, Kathy had borne witness to the warts that grew on the body of the ANC, and they were legion. Angolan death camps, Quattro, the sweep of the Shishita, the Makachinga tragedy, and more. You know this, or you should. Still, he soldiered on to make that tryst with destiny, that tryst that has been so shamefully shattered by one man who has sought to make South Africa his private fiefdom in the pay of his ostensible masters, the Guptas. But as I alluded to earlier, it's not just one man. It's rooted in the DNA of a flawed model. A model that promises an unattainable utopia of sorts, whose chosen path is defective and riven with contradictions. Contradictions which harbor the very seeds of its own destruction. You see, you cannot build a free and open society by following a game plan that has failed through the passage of history, that has delivered grayness and misery, that has trampled freedom, that has stifled economic growth, that has fostered an elite that feeds on its own body and that of the nation. Examples abound throughout history, but these are ignored and rooted here in the body and the sullied soul of the ANC. On which side of history do you want to be? It's not the absence of examples. It's the inability to heed the lessons of history. The inability to do the right thing when called upon what to do. It is incumbent on us to deliver a prosperous and fair state that addresses the needs and individual aspirations of all our people. It cannot be delivered by an organization that has passed its sell-by date, that prays to the god of mammon in its vain quest to eradicate, nay, to appropriate the spoils of mammon. Let me quote to you Matthew 6:24. No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will be loyal to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. This is the language that Ahmed Kathrada would have understood, because it is common cause in Islam as it is in Christianity and in the hearts of all religions. Haji Ahmed would have known from whence it came. It would have resonated with his understanding because his values would never have allowed him to be the handmaiden of Nkandla, the Zuptas, and the misreading of history and the attempted sale of our nation. He was a patriot. The ANC of the Honorable Zuma that left him, that left me, is the antithesis of this patriotism and of that nobility of purpose. Perhaps Gandhi was right when he said of India, and these words would have resonated with Kathy, who was grounded in Gandhiism. Gandhi said, "I have repeatedly said that I have neither any part nor say in many things that are going on in this country today. My voice is in the wilderness. Mine is a lone voice. And I so say things which do not go home, yet I go on saying what I believe to be true." Gandhi had famously called for the Indian National Congress in India to be dissolved because it had done its job by ending British rule. The wise and wizened Mahatma called for a new organization to serve the people of India, one that would eschew corruption. His plea fell on deaf ears, and there, as it is here, there are none so deaf as those who will not hear. I share a common history with Kathy, a passage from colonial India, a family steeped in the struggle against injustice, but we also share a sense of betrayal. Still, I am buoyed by a conviction that democracy will triumph over time. General Obasanjo knew this and advised as much in his recent visit. Advised that President Zuma, Mr. Mugabe, Sudan's al-Bashir, and Zambia's Lungu would do well to heed. You see, democracy triumphed over India's Congress, and it will triumph here over your Congress. Of that, the DA and history will make sure as we honor the spirit of Ahmed Kathrada. Kathy, know this, your voice is not in the wilderness. It will ring out loud in our victory of 2019 when we hallow your purpose, when we consecrate your spirit. Our sincere condolences go out to Barbara Hogan and the Kathrada family, and not, as the previous speaker said, to the ANC only, but to the nation, to everybody in this country. I know how my mother would have voted. I know how I will vote. How are you going to vote? I thank you.
The Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary condolences to Barbara Hogan, the Kathrada family, South Africans, and the oppressed people of the world. We have indeed lost a giant in our universal struggle for justice and peace. The economic freedom fighters, and indeed all South Africans who desire justice, are inspired by Uncle Kathy's quest for justice until his last breath. We will remember him for his fearlessness, his humility, and his love for humanity. In 2014, he was on the front line of one of the biggest pro-Palestine marches in Cape Town. The economic freedom fighters urge all South Africans to continue without fear or favor, to oppose and root out all forms of injustices such as corruption and prejudice, as we strive to build a South Africa and indeed a world that fallen freedom fighters like Uncle Kathy can be proud of. Speaker, today, unlike any ordinary condolence motion, the family of Mr. Kathrada was not acknowledged. The family of Mr. Kathrada was not introduced. You wonder why, South Africans? Because the family did write to Parliament and inform Parliament that they will not be available. As EFF, through the chief whip of EFF, we wrote to the Speaker requesting her to postpone the condolence motion of today until the family is available to come and honor this condolence motion. But because the ANC never listens, the ANC is failing us. The ANC has failed Mr. Kathrada, is failing Barbara Hogan, is failing the children of this country. Through you, Chair, Tatu Ngagula, you are a very powerful NEC man. When you stand here and quote all the leaders of the ANC and the rot that is within the ANC, help us root it out. Use your wisdom, use your powers and root out the corrupt that is within the ANC, which is taking this country of ours down the drain. We, as the EFF, we stand here today to affirm that what Mr. Kathrada has wished for is going to come true. What Mr. Kathrada has asked to happen, that Mr. Zuma must step down, he will indeed step down. If I have to quote from the yesterday's press statement from the Kathrada Foundation, it says, quote, "If the National Assembly was serious in its intention to honor Kathrada, it would not only lend its voice to call made by Kathrada and many others, but would act on it when the motion of no confidence in president comes up in the near future." What will you do to honor, really honor, and not grandstand? You must honor Kathrada and vote against the corrupt president of the ANC, Zuma. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Bultelezi.
Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House. The passing of Mr. Ahmed Kathrada in March this year was a painful moment for our nation. We had lost another of our liberation icons. He was one of a generation who fought, who sacrificed, and worked to secure the freedom that all of us are enjoying today, and he did so with courage and integrity. We know that his voice will never be silenced, but we'll miss his contribution as we continue the journey of democracy. I'm honored to have called Ms. Kathrada a friend. We became close because of our shared love of South Africa. Over 8 decades, we witnessed countless milestones and endured endless hardships in the pursuit of political liberation. But we were blessed to be among those who saw liberation achieved, and we went on to contribute to the strengthening of our fledgling democracy. Mr. Kathrada began his activism for the sake of our country at a very young age and continued to seek the best for South Africa into his twilight years. His letter to President Zuma, urging the president to submit to the will of the people, will be remembered as an act of a courageous patriot. It is evidence of the same courage that he showed during the treason trial and his subsequent incarceration for 26 years. I'm grateful that this generation can draw on the wisdom and experience of Mr. Kathrada, for his remarkable life and character have been captured in speeches, in interviews, and statements. Those who want to know who he was can turn to the film and watch A Man for All Seasons, or can read his own book, Triumph of the Human Spirit. His legacy will continue to influence those willing to learn from our nation's past. It saddens me, though, that there are so few leaders today who are casting the mold of people like Mr. Kathrada. And I pray that more leaders like him will be born into the future of South Africa. On behalf of the IFP, I again offer my condolences to Mr. Kathrada's beloved partner, Ms. Barbara Hogan, for their families and friends, and for the many who still feel the sorrow of his passing. May Uncle Kathy rest in peace.
The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Deputy President present, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, my very own President of the National Freedom Party, Zanele Magwaza Msibi, Honorable members, members of the gallery, and the Kathrada family in absentia. Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, allow me to start by extending our condolences to the Kathrada family, especially his wife and other members of his family, and also the African National Congress. I think you have lost a very astute and commendable, dedicated leader. Honorable Chair, we pay tribute to none other than the late Ahmed Kathrada. Honorable Chair, this is where we differentiate between a politician and a statesman. He sacrificed his youth, starting his political career at the age of 12, when he joined the Young Communist League of South Africa. He went on to volunteer in the passive resistance against the Pegging Act in 1941. Honorable Chair, at the age of 17, he left school and joined the Transvaal Passive Resistance Council to fight against the Asiatic Land Tenure and Indian Representation Act. Honorable Chair, I don't have the luxury of time to be able to do justice in informing this House of all the leadership positions and accolades that the former leader Ahmed Kathrada had achieved. Suffice to say that he excelled in everything he attempted to achieve, to such an extent that was voted 46th in the top 100 great South Africans in 2004. The former leader was on numerous occasions detained or put on house arrest and was even confined to the Robben Island maximum prison for 18 long years, but that did not deter the leader. He went on to achieve his bachelor's degree in history, criminology, and 3 other degrees. What is clear, Honorable Chair, is that our former leader was fondly referred to as Uncle Cat. He spent decades of his life either being imprisoned or under house arrest, and this he sacrificed solely to create a better life for all the people of this country. He sacrificed his family life, his youth, his adulthood, and pleasure so that we could be in this very house today. Honorable Chair, until this very last moment, he pleaded for unity, integrity, honesty, and pleaded that all South Africans not forget where we come from and why such sacrifices were made. He spoke openly about his dissatisfaction with the state of affairs in the country, the corruption, and the infighting. Honorable Chair, if we truly want to pay tribute to our former leader, Ahmed Kathrada, then the least we can do is go back to the principles and values enshrined in the Freedom Charter. Honorable Chairperson, leaders like Ahmed Kathrada, Yusuf Dadoo, I.C. Mir, Yusuf Kachalia, Jayan Singh, Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, all had sacrificed their lives so that we and our people could live a better life. This is not what our forefathers fought for, what we're experiencing today. It is time to pay tribute to these leaders by going back to our roots. It is time to go back to the Freedom Charter. It is time to remember the pain and suffering our former leaders have endured. Let us not throw this away. Let us come together as one united nation, putting the interest of our people first. Honorable Chairperson, to our former leader, Ahmed Kathrada, allow me to apologize for the state of affairs in our country today. And may the Almighty God grant you the highest abode in paradise for the sacrifice you have made for this nation. I thank you.
The Honorable Olomisa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members. The UDM appreciates the opportunity created by the National Assembly to honor this tower of strength and a source of inspiration to many generations, although it could have been done earlier and better. I had the great honor of meeting Kathy and his Rivonia trialist colleagues in Umtata in 1989. Their presence and words during the Welcome Home rally we organized for them gave us great confidence to continue supporting the struggle for our liberation, knowing that we were on the right side of history. During my encounters with this stalwart and others, they showed courage, humility, and dignity, reminding us that any challenge, however insurmountable it may seem, can be overcome. They were always attentive, frank, and robust when discussing issues. Again, in 1990, his fellow Rivonia trialists converged in Umtata to welcome home the late O.R. Tambo. In the same period, in the company of the late Madiba and O.R., we discussed, among others, our perspective on the so-called black-on-black violence. In these discussions, I was accompanied by the current military ombud, General Matanzima, and General Mgwebi, who is heading the UN forces in Congo. We advised the leadership that apartheid government was negotiating in bad faith and that it was trying to lure the ANC into a Trojan horse. It became clear then to us that the negotiations between National Party team led by Neil Barnett and the ANC team led by the current president of the ANC, Mr. Zuma, failed to plan for security of the leaders and their followers. This was a huge security risk that could have created serious problems for the success of the negotiations. So we stepped in. The rest, as they say, is history. But Madam Speaker, this is a debate for another day. Today, UDM offers its condolences to the wife of Kathy, Ms. Barbara Hogan, the family, friends, and the ANC. Lastly, during his last days, Kathy was deeply troubled by the conduct of the sitting head of government and could not reconcile this conduct with values they espoused during struggle for freedom. I hope this House, in the not too distant future, will truly honor him by responding positively to his call on Mr. Zuma, especially after these nauseating emails. May his soul rest in peace. Segala Mongameli, nobhala wam sithi, mawabanjwe ababantu bavelayo, besitya imali zesizwe. Sanubacenga, fakana amapolisa, kungakhethwa uba lo ume kwintoni na kwi-society. Sukela phezulu, ungeza nakuwo lo mesibuya unento nayo. But sawuqala pha phezulu kuZuma, babanjwe abantu balimoshile lizwe. Sanudlala.
The Honorable Mulder.
Speaker, Mr. Kathrada was a member of the first parliament after 1994. I am one of the few members left in this fifth parliament that served with Mr. Kathrada in that first parliament. We are only about 12 members left in this parliament that also served in 1994 parliament. On many points, I differed from Mr. Kathrada, but we also had many points in common. He was born in the small northwest town of Schweizerenica, and I lived in Schweizerenica for several years. We often shared our memories of Schweizerenica. We also shared an attitude of searching for win-win solutions that accommodate everyone in South Africa, therefore leading to positive debates. In that first parliament, the atmosphere was totally different from what we experience today in this parliament. Because we were writing the 1996 Constitution, we had weekly discussions and debates, mostly in small groups on how we see the future of South Africa. We were forced to listen to each other and had to try and understand the other person's viewpoints. In this, Mr. Kathrada was a good listener and debater looking for win-win solutions. What did I learn from those days? I learned that I do not mind that you criticize me for what I believe in, but do not criticize me for what you think I believe in. I learned from that from those discussions with Mr. Kathrada and his viewpoints. I miss this in our present parliament, where we debate each other without really trying to understand what exactly the other side said or believes in. Ek wil dit tog in Afrikaans herhaal. Ek gee nie om dat jy my kritiseer vir dit waaraan ek glo nie, maar ek is uiters gefrustreerd as jy my kritiseer vir dit wat ek dink, wat jy dink ek glo en wat ek nie glo nie, sonder dat jy ooit moeite gedoen het om werklik my standpunt te leer ken of my te probeer verstaan. With this attitude of Mr. Kathrada, he invited me in 2012 to make a speech at the annual Ahmed Kathrada Foundation conference. And the title was, What does unity and diversity mean for me as an Afrikaner? And you can go and read my speech if you want. Mr. Kathrada's strongest qualities were friendliness and humility. But one should not for 1 minute doubt his iron resolve to achieve his goals. When we are young, we all have dreams as to how we will change the world and how we shall put our stamp on it. It is given to few persons to live out their dreams in their lifetime. Mr. Kathrada succeeded in doing this. Against big odds, he had realized the vision he had as a young man. Sir, a leader who acts merely to be popular isn't a real leader. A real leader must be prepared to go against the majority because he or she knows that they are wrong, and he or she must provide leadership to them in doing so. That is not always easy. Mr. Kathrada was such a leader, up to the end, where he criticized leaders that he differed from. No one can deny the impact that Mr. Kathrada had made on South Africa. The reaction following his death confirms this. Speaker, on behalf of the Freedom Fund Plus, I wish to express my sympathy with Mr. Kathrada's family and also with Barbara Hogan that I also learned to know better in those beginning years. I thank you.
The Honorable Madisha.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, with the passing of Comrade Kathrada, we come closer to the end of an era of integrity of leaders of the ANC who stood for honesty, honor, truthfulness, trustworthiness, sincerity, decency, and a strong and unwavering moral principle. It is no wonder that Comrade Barbara Hogan used the phrase, I quote, "If you have eyes to see and ears to hear," unquote. It is through our conscience that we see and hear, that we become aware of our deeply held moral principles, that we are motivated to act upon them, and that we assess our character, our behavior, and ultimately ourselves against those principles. It is when we don't see and don't listen that we become callous. As Comrade Hogan has said, and I quote, "Mr. President, you have sacrificed your people on the altar of greed and corruption," unquote. Mr. President, if you had ears to hear and eyes to see, you would have stepped down as president. And then, as the ANC Youth League made it clear through their callous behavior at the Durban Memorial Lecture, the ANC has lost its ability to see and hear, has lost its morality and integrity and its moral legitimacy to lead and govern society. The Kathrada Foundation have indicated that they would have wanted Parliament to have discussed the conduct of the President. In this way, Parliament could have fulfilled its core obligations to the people of South Africa and truly honored Kathrada's memory. It was, after all, the National Assembly's failure to hold the President to account and the subsequent damning judgment of the Concord that prompted Kathrada to write to Mr. Zuma and implore him to resign. Now, that we have not done anything, I want to say that history will not forgive us altogether. But I want, as I step down, to thank Comrade Charles Ngakula for what he has said, my former General Secretary and our leader in the Communist Party. What you have said is great, and I think we'll be able to go forward. Thank you very much, and thanks, Deputy President.
The Honorable Reverend Mishwe.
Speaker, even though it is almost 3 months since the late struggle, stalwart, and former member of this House, Ahmed Kathrada, passed away, I wish to convey the condolences of the ACDP to his wife, Barbara Hogan, the Kathrada family and friends, and the African National Congress. Ahmed Kathrada, who was fondly known as Uncle Kathy, was a man of great humility, tolerance, resilience, and had a steadfast commitment to principle. Uncle Kathy became politically conscious when he was 17 years old and participated in the passive resistance campaign of the South African Indian Congress and was later arrested, banned, and placed under a number of house arrests, after which he joined the political underground to continue his political work. One of the most agonizing and painful things he had to do before he passed away was to write an open letter to President Jacob Zuma asking him to resign. To honor his memory, there are a few of the issues Uncle Kathy raised that I will raise this afternoon. And I quote, "In all these years, it never occurred to me that the time would come when I would feel obliged to express my concerns to the Honorable President. It is therefore painful to me to write this letter to you. The position of President is one that must at all times unite this country behind a vision and program that seeks to make tomorrow a better day than today for all South Africans. It is a position that requires the respect of all South Africans, which of course must be earned at all times. Comrade President, are you aware that your outstanding contribution to the liberation struggle stands to be severely tarnished if the remainder of your term as President continues to be dodged by a crisis and a growing public loss of confidence in the ANC, the government, and as a whole? I know that if I were in the President's shoes, I would step down with immediate effect. I believe that is what would help the country to find its way out of a path that is never imagined it would be on, but one that it must move out of soon," close quote. For these reasons, the ACDP supports the call by the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation for parliamentarians who wish to honor the late struggle stalwart to put the country first and wholeheartedly support the motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma, and to speak to the issue that troubled him up to his last days. The ACDP further supports the call by the foundation that said, and I quote, "The National Assembly has the opportunity, through the motion of no confidence, to start the process of putting the country back on track and for refocusing on the core challenges that South Africa faced," close quote. I therefore, in emphasis, call on all parliamentarians to heed what the Kathrada Foundation requested, that to show our support, that we must all support the motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Deputy President, honorable members. We extend our condolences to the Kathrada family. Uncle Kathy was a gentle and yet a radical freedom fighter in the former years of his illustrious life. He started from the trenches and rose to prominence when he appeared in the infamous Rivonia trial with President Nelson Mandela. He was a man of integrity, a man of truth, as if he knew well that truth will always set you free. Honorable Chairperson, Uncle Kathy was a patriot. His patriotism was never unsurpassed. There are nagging questions that permeate our society today that Kathrada would have bothered himself a great deal. He was a diligent, a devoted, a dedicated, and always a determined cadre. In the words of Shakespeare, I quote, "You should have died hereafter. There would be time for such a death." His death is not only a loss to his family, but to the nation as a whole. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa should reincarnate his humor, his vigor, his sense of awareness, and his just jurisprudence. He played his role, and those that are left behind must take leave from the good work that Kathrada did. We need people of his caliber. He actually achieved his greatness because he was not born a great man. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Tloyama.
Honorable members, Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of Arang SA and myself, we are truly and deeply saddened by the passing of Ahmed Kathrada. Member Bra, it is our unshakable resolve to continue with the legacy of Ahmed Kathrada, his brevity, fortitude against all odds. Honorable members, in memory of Ahmed Kathrada, will continue fighting against this Gupta economic capital. We will draw inspiration from your non-racialism and defeat this political cholera spread by the Guptas and stooges like Jimmy Manyi, Andile Mqitama, and ANC Youth League. Member Bra, we know President Zuma is a proxy of the Guptas. We know Uncle Kathy asked him to step down. We know he was vilified and his memorial service disrupted. Member Bra, we want to apologize to you and the Kathrada family. We know those hot-heads, hooligans of the ANC Youth League, they have become unholy warriors of the president and the Guptas. Honorable members, we want to promise Ahmed Kathrada that President Zuma will have his day in court and pay for his greedy sins and this Gupta bondage. Honorable members, it is really painful that warriors like Ahmed Kathrada, Nelson Mandela, and many more have spent most of their life for Duduzane Zuma to be richer than some of our provinces. For President Zuma to endorse Gupta colonization, this is a serious assault to our nation's character. For cabinet ministers to take orders from foreign forces. Please, Ahmed Kathrada, tell Madiba to resign from the ANC branch in heaven. The ANC of President Zuma has become an enemy of your legacies. It has become a fountain of patronage and a corner of dark angels. Honorable members, we will forever cherish your contribution. Your wishes will always be our point of reference and a guiding light when most ANC leaders have chosen subtle cowardice, hiding behind their stomach and friendship, putting the love of their country second and loving President Zuma first. Honorable members, Ahmed Kathrada is the hero of this country. We must always keep him in our hearts. He must guide us day and night. I thank you.
Thank you, House Chair. Comrades, honorable members, Deputy President. The APC join this House in paying tribute to the late Comrade Ahmed Kathrada, a selfless, self-sacrificing leader in our struggle for freedom. He served, suffered, and sacrificed for our freedom. As we enjoy freedom, we must always remember and honor those like Comrade Kathrada, who abandoned personal comfort in service to the nation. He belonged to a generation of South Africans who, in the dark days of national subjugation, rose to the challenge. He, together with his comrades in the ANC and the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, toiled on Robben Island while serving as a source of inspiration to the struggling masses. Kathrada, Mandela, Sisulu, Mhlaba, Mlangeni, and Mtswaledi were sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island in 1964. They came to Robben Island and joined Nkosi, Tefu, Malepa, Mtimunye, Masemola and Chibane, PAC cadres who had been sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island in 1963. Remembering Kathrada is remembering where we come from, what we sought to achieve for our people in freedom, never to betray the sacrifices of the likes of Kathrada, to do everything for the people and nothing against the people. Kathrada's generation led us to freedom. What of our generation in the challenges facing our country? Challenges of integrity in public leadership and the need to transform the socio-economic power relations inherited from white minority rule. The majority are looking to us to provide leadership the same way the likes of Comrade Kathrada did. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now invite the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Pando.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I'd like to thank the House and the National Assembly for the opportunity to pay tribute to Mr. Ahmed Kathrada. I should also say that the Chief Whip spoke to Ms. Barbara Hogan, and she indicated appreciation and support that this tribute was being held, and indicated due to a family bereavement, they could not be here today. Nevertheless, the tribute should proceed. Mr. Ahmed Kathrada was a true patriot, a faithful fighter and a disciplined revolutionary. He's part of a cohort of leaders of South Africa and the ANC who are exceptional in terms of living true to the national ideals articulated by and embodied in the very essence of that which we call the movement of the people, our glorious organization, the African National Congress. Drawing on the example of leaders such as our Tambo Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Raymond Mhlaba, Albertina Sisulu, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Albert Luthuli, Winnie Mandela, Peter Mugaba, Chris Hani, and thousands others, he shaped his legacy for South Africa. Kathrada chose to refuse privilege and comfort in service of the people and the struggle for freedom. His personal testimony of life as an activist in his acceptance of the Freedom of Johannesburg speech confirms the resolute commitment of the stalwart. It's possible that there are mean and venal observers among us who seek to deny Kathrada what may be termed a generous set of accolades. But we are fortunate in that we are not interpreting history, we are referring to direct observations. The Signal ANC document, Through the Eye of a Needle, described the broad requirements of leadership. And in looking at Kathrada working closely with his comrades and friends, right through the Defiance campaign, the mobilization for the Congress of the People, the drafting and adoption of the Freedom Charter, the promotion of non-racialism by working with all revolutionary components of society, participation in revolutionary sabotage, serving as MK cadre, Rivonia trialist, Robben Island prisoner, and activist, Uncle Kathy proved to be a true leader. And yet, with all these revolutionary credentials, Kathrada reflected the following as set out in Through the Eye of a Needle. And I quote, "A leader should lead by example. He should be above reproach in his political and social conduct, as defined by our revolutionary morality. Through force of example, he should act as a role model for ANC members and non-members alike, leading a life that reflects commitment to the strategic goals of the NDR, includes not only being free of corrupt practices, it also means actively fighting against corruption." Honorable members, if we utilize these attributes as a guide for assessing former Honorable Member Kathrada, I believe it correct to say he would probably achieve a distinction. Some may ask, what is the sum total of his national contribution? Well, he's among the many midwives who gave birth to our Constitution and shaped the many progressive laws adopted by this Parliament. Laws that have resulted in positive changes in education, health services, access to social services and support, inclusive sport, and housing provision of a scale rarely achieved in a modern democracy. Several of us will recall his words at the funeral of our great icon, former President Nelson Mandela, where he said, "My life is now a huge void. I have no one left to turn to." All of us know that all the Rivonia trialists shared a special bond of comradeship and friendship, yet none so close as Mr. Mandela and Mr. Kathrada. Strange then that despite this great bond in this house and seemingly in their personal friendship, Kathrada seemed to expect no special acknowledgement or reward from President Mandela. His was a rare humility, a rare dignity. Again, as is said, through the eye of a needle, a leader should seek to influence and to be influenced by others in the collective. He should have the conviction to state his views boldly and openly within structures of the movement and without being disrespectful, not to cower before those in more senior positions in pursuit of patronage, nor to rely on cliques to maintain one's position. Kathrada reflected the call that leadership characteristics should satisfy the goals of our revolutionary democratic movement, a non-racial and non-sexist national movement, a broad national democratic movement, a mass movement, and a leader of the democratic forces. Drawing on these attributes of the movement, the retired former parliamentary counsellor to the first democratically elected president of South Africa continued his life commitment to nurturing a non-racial society, a task on which all of us gathered here still have much work to do, including, we would remind the Honorable Kachalia, members of his own party caucus. As the Honorable Premier Helen Zille has told us in the public domain, there are members who are treated differently in their party because of skin color, and that the remarks she made on colonialism, Honorable Kachalia, reflect what many black members have said without sanction in her own party. Not my words, those of the Honorable Zille. So, Kathrada held the strong belief that it is possible to support young people to develop non-racialism, and this must be pursued with young people from all racial groups, all backgrounds, and all classes, if we are to achieve the ideals espoused by our movement. Thus, for him, the principles of the ANC were not for regurgitation. They were a map for a practical political life. Again, he reflected the following from Through the Eye of a Needle. A leader should win the confidence of the people in her day-to-day work. Where the situation demands, she should be firm and have the courage to explain and seek to convince others of the correctness of decisions taken by structures, even if such decisions are unpopular. She should not seek to gain cheap popularity by avoiding difficult issues, making false promises, or merely pandering to popular sentiment. Uncle Kathy chose the difficult issues of our times, rejecting racism, empowering youth, and giving them hope in the future, and where needed was ready to say that which may not be popular. He would be first, however, to chastise us for trying to make him a saint. He did not suffer fools or pomposity kindly. He had a wicked sense of humor and could be sharp and pointed in expressing disappointment and displeasure. His World Policy Autumn 2012 contribution does exactly that. There is much for us as members of the movement to draw on as lessons, a lot for us as public representatives to learn and copy. We need to ask ourselves whether in our daily, rather petty disagreements and name-calling in this House, do we deserve the mantle of the inheritors of this legacy? Are we doing all that is possible to serve the people? We all collectively work really hard in and outside the House, work that is in service to the people and in the pursuit of revolutionary ideals. Or has self-service become predominant to the exclusion of national service? We, as members of our glorious movement, have been bequeathed a wonderful organization. We in the ANC can multiply its greatness or muddy it. We have too our incredible constitution, a robust democracy, and still thriving democratic institutions. How do we together make them serve not our idiosyncratic selfish ends, but the people of South Africa, especially the most marginalized, downtrodden, and excluded? I suspect Uncle Kathy would pose this question, reminding us of the immense power for good we hold in our hands, urging us to work together for the greater good. I hope, honorable members, we will reply to him one day soon, and that reply will allow him and those we owe a massive debt of gratitude and service to finally rest in peace. We would say to Uncle Kathy, you must rest in peace. Kawe, lama kawe. But we would honor him greatly if that resting in peace would be accompanied by our energetic attention to those issues that gave him the greatest concern, that young people all through our country would be supported and empowered to be non-racial, that indeed we would accept that we must change the structure of our economy so that those who are excluded are included and not excluded from opportunity, that we would change our view of each other and not believe that every black person of means is a corrupt crook, because that in itself is racist and dishonest. We would also hope that what we would do is take on the most difficult of the challenges that confront our society, and that we would work within this parliament to ensure that together we resolve those challenges. The task that Comrade Kathrada and those who worked with him took on was not to further separate our nation. Rather, their intention was to draw us together in order to ensure that we use our presence in a democratic institution to build a new and very different society. The time has come for us to ask in this parliament, how often do we mention ourselves? And when do we talk about the condition of our people and how we use our muscle in this House to change their condition and not to insult each other? The legacy of Uncle Kathy serves as a model for each of us as members of parliament and leaders in our society. We should, as the Honorable Imam has said, remember this man of distinction by honoring his legacy and by serving our people as he wanted. If you look at his writings and all his speeches. In at least 2 of the paragraphs in every speech and every essay he wrote seeks the opportunity of education for young people. We should be making sure that all children in our country enjoy this particular opportunity. We have done well, but as he would remind us, we have not gone as far as we should go. We should work hard to eradicate racism as this House, as was the task of the foundation that he established. We should draw young people closer to us as leaders in South Africa to imbue in them the values and spirit so well exemplified by Comrade Kathrada. As has been said by the Honorable Mulder, just a few of us remain, and I am always told, Honorable Mulder, that I'm an old woman and I should go by the carping that I get from the left of not the left. But I think it's absolutely wonderful to have been able to have the opportunity to, oh, you know, you're fully aware of who says it. Don't say who says it, your very chief whip, more than once. We've had the opportunity to play a significant role in laying the basis for shaping a new society. What the Honorable former member, Ahmed Kathrada, has left us with is the challenge of what do we do with this foundation? Does it fundamentally alter our society, or do we use our time here merely to carp at each other and fail to build a transformed South Africa? Hamba kahle, khawela maqhawe. Rest in peace, Comrade Kathy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kando Minister. That concludes the speakers list on this matter. I take it that there are no objections to the motion being adopted. Will members please rise to observe a moment of silence in memory of Mr. A.M. Kathrada. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. The presiding officers associate themselves with the motion. The condolences of the House will be conveyed to the Kathrada family. Honorable members, the Parliamentary Communication Service has published a book titled Mourning a Leader, Celebrating a Legacy, which pays tribute to the work of the late Dr. Ahmed Kathrada through anecdotes and memoirs captured during his lifetime. Members will be given copies of the book as they leave the chamber. The next item on the order paper is a subject for discussion in the name of Mr. S.C. Mwabe on speeding up land reform by using the limitation clause in the Constitution to bypass the failed willing seller, willing buyer policy. I now invite Honorable Mwabe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable members. In 1913, with the Native Land Act coming into effect, millions of South Africans lost their land with the stroke of a pen. This time, the dispossession was not through war, but through the law. It had been the signal moment when the historic dispossession of the African people had been formally consolidated on a nationwide basis in terms of express racist legal title. The majority of our people were restricted to living in a mere 7% of the land, which was increased to 13% in 1936. forming the nucleus of the Bantustans, which was to give effect to the repressive racist policies of apartheid government. Ultimately, after 1913, 15% of the population owned 87% of the land. It is in this injustice that has to be addressed, and the NFP believes that it will be just and equitable to similarly reverse this process of dispossession through law and not the war. Chairperson, land restitution is not just about rebuilding homes and giving back farms. It is about pain, loss, and acknowledging the human suffering of people who were dispossessed. Moreover, restitution is not just about returning land, it is about restoring dignity and identity, and ultimately simply having a place called a home. Government has, during the past 23 years, made the effort to implement the land reform process through legislation and other means, but the results are not very encouraging. Initiatives such as the willing buyer, willing seller has failed to deliver real tangible progress. And one of the serious challenges facing the implementation of the land reform program related to incoherent institutional transformation. There are, in our view, two major obstacles to successful land reform. Firstly, the entire process has ground down to a snail pace because of administrative delays and bureaucratic red tape. The second obstacle is financing the land restitution program and process, which has drained the fiscus of almost 42 billion rand this far, of which half was used to pay compensation. Such a continued drain on the fiscus is not sustainable and has to be addressed. The question we are facing with now is, how do we proceed? How do we balance the need for ordered land reform with the impatience of our people who have been waiting for so long? We take our cue from Justice A.B. Sech, who said during a recent Form Party lecture delivered as part of the Oliver Tambo Centenary Series that, and I quote, "I believe that the realization of the full potential of the Constitution as presently worded would make radical and sustainable land redistribution eminently achievable," unquote. Following the statement of Justice Sech, the answer to effecting equitable and just land reform lies in the Constitution as it is worded right now, without having to resort to the drastic measure of amending the Constitution. The NFP believes that it is time for government to consider invoking Section 36 of the Constitution, which we know as a limitation clause, to address the constitutional requirement of compensation for expropriation of property contained in Section 25(2)(b) in general, and by implication Section 25(3) in its totality. We are of the opinion that by invoking Section 36, the state could meaningfully limit compensation and address one of the major obstacles to land reform, being the prohibitive financing costs, which are estimated to be in the range of 180 billion to cycle the existing land claims. This figure will escalate tenfold once the unconstitutionality of the Restitution of Land Right Amendment Act is addressed by this House to facilitate a second round of land claims, and a cost to which fiscus will simply not be able to absorb. In conclusion, Chairperson, having placed our proposal on table, the NFP is looking forward to hear the views of our colleagues in this House in the spirit of our national quest to find ways to speed up the land reform. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform, Honorable Mashego Dlamini.
Honorable Chairperson, people of South Africa, all protocol observed. It is my view that when dealing with such matter, it is of paramount importance to start from the beginning. The question we are debating today is not only emotional, but also sad in a sense that our forebears had to be paid with their lives in defense of their own land as well as defense of their cattle and all belongings. The arrival of the white settlers in South Africa in 1952 brought about the denation of the indigenous people of this country. Therefore, it is important to indicate that when dealing with the history of land dispossession, which has been the subject of the critical contestation among the people of this country, it becomes crucial to cite the history of resistance and war waged by our people against the white colonial settlers. Chairperson, before 1912, the African people under the leadership of their traditional leaders fought fearless war against the white colonial settlers, while only intentions was to dispossess them of their land and livestock. The dispossession of the African people of their land spread like wildfire in the continent of Africa, resulting in many wars fought by the people in defense of their land. Chairperson, this inequality is also evidenced in ownership patterns. Land, property, and human capital remain heavily skewed in the hands of minority, while the majority continue to strive for a better life. It was for these reasons that the democratic government introduced measures to arrest these imbalances and to provide redress to those who were dispossessed of their land through discriminatory laws and/or practice. This resulted in the restitution program of the government, which derived its mandate from Section 25 of the 1996 Constitution and is central to the government's vision of radical socio-economic transformation of the country. The Commission on Restitution of Land Rights has, over the years, continued to restore land to various individuals, communities, to reverse this legacy. The overall progress regarding the restitution, the white-owned agricultural land in South Africa amount to 82 million hectares from 1994, and of such 4.8 million hectares under the land restitution through 5,337 projects, amounting to more than 12 billion. And 3.4 million hectares is the land acquired through restitution program, totaling to 8.2 million hectares, which is 50% of the NDP target of 20% as set to be achieved by 2030. Benefiting under the land reform program in a form of either groups, individuals, black emergent farmers, obtain grant as well as land acquired under leasehold. 293,137 beneficiaries benefited, of which 67,985 are women, 34,641 are youth, and 689 are people with disabilities. Of the 4.8 million hectares, over 760,000 hectares are distributed mainly for the purpose of settlement through settlement land acquisition grant, while 840,000 hectares is redistributed for municipalities under commonage grant. Furthermore, over 3 million hectares of the land is redistributed mainly for agricultural purpose through land redistribution and agricultural development and proactive land acquisition strategy. Chairperson, introduction of the land reform program created the possibility of communities and large group of persons to control land on a communal basis. This necessitated the passing of the Communal Property Association Act of 1996. There are currently 1,513 communal property associations that have been registered countrywide. The enormous resources that are normally at the disposal of the entities tend to manufacture factions and conflicts that eventually render those entities dysfunctional. The CPA Act is currently being amended with a view of strengthening control mechanisms and establish the proper register of CPA. Currently, the department is processing more than 20,000 labor tenant applications that were launched. In this MTF, the department plans to settle 6,434 labor tenant applications, which will award 28,100 hectares of land. The department will settle all these claims other than those that will be referred to court in the next 5 years. The state land lease and disposal policy is one of the policies meant to provide land access to the previous disadvantaged with a view to address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The policy identified women as special priority group within the main target groups. Chairperson, in all this that I have mentioned, we still have got good story to tell. You can go to Limpopo in the Ravele restitution, where this community is coming back home annually with 10 million rands as an annual turnover. You can go to Nkanini restitution project in KZN, where there's training of unemployed youth and matric qualifications in sugarcane production. You can also go to Mpumalanga at Matafeni restitution, where these communities are exporting fruit to far places such as Russia. All three have succeeded in driving away the frontiers of poverty among communities by providing jobs and skills to their people. These are amongst the many that are there. Honorable Chairperson, the former president of the ANC, Oliver Tambo, addressing the World Consultative of the World Council of Churches in 1980, had this to say, I quote, "What was arrogantly described as a civilizing mission in South Africa was in fact the genocidal destruction of the Khoi and the San people. The land expropriation of the rest of the indigenous people, the obliteration of their culture in all its forms, the application of a consistent policy for the impoverishment of the black people and their transformation into labor units for the enrichment of the colonizers and the political domination of the majority by the white settlers minority." I close quote. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We now call on Honorable Robertson.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable members, this very House has been instrumental in designing a constitutional framework on land reform and redress. This framework was drafted and adopted by some of the most astute politicians of our time. The framework was adopted on the basis of transparency, fairness, and practicality, but also based on addressing the imbalances of the past. We know the Constitution is sound, and that policy implementation is clearly the problem. So why does this motion not speak to the implementation of policy? Instead, it deflects the attention away from the failures of the ANC and their various departments in the provinces. Surely a logical and progressive approach would be to engage another political party capable of its implementation before attempting to amend the Constitution. Honourable House Chair, despite the political rhetoric which is being used in an attempt to force a wedge between the private sector and the poor, there is still great enthusiasm from the private sector regarding the agricultural land and transformation. There is not one agricultural union in South Africa that is against land reform and that is against addressing the painful wrongs of the past. This is how far we have come as a nation. The private sector is of critical importance, as it proves that not only do they have the will to assist emerging farmers, they have the expertise to transform redundant land into commercial powerhouses. In Amsterdam, in Mpumalanga, there is a farmer who has undertaken to mentor neighboring emerging farmers. They were left desolate and poverty-stricken by the state after the finalization of a claim. He undertakes this at his own expense. These emerging farmers are guided in the intricacies of maize farming, soil analyses, and more importantly, they benefit financially from this mentorship. Another example is Grain SA, who have undertaken to plant 4,000 hectares of maize on designated 1 hectare, 1 household land. This is to the benefit of the community and the economy. 4,000 households will benefit from this initiative. Together, we must grow our economy. If we restrict the private sector's participation, there are harsh realities that lie ahead, as currently there are thousands of state-owned farm implements and tractors that have been bought to assist emerging farmers that now stand broken or unused in the fields, and utter incompetence from the ANC departments. The DA will prioritize land ownership for beneficiaries. We will prioritize mentorship, and we will ensure that our most rural areas are exposed to the economy and that they contribute towards it positively. In the DA government, we believe that freedom, fairness and opportunity and accountability, the beneficiaries of land reform, will be a priority, and their successes will be something that the DA will hold very personally. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mbacha will follow.
Good afternoon. House Chair, our people do not want charity. Our people want ownership of their land. The very same democratic order was supposed to understand that the difference between apartheid and a future democratic state was the return of the land to its rightful owners, to restore the dignity of our people. And the ANC, unfortunately, missed this understanding, just like it has missed so many other things, when in particular comes to the issues that pertains to the oppressed. When we came here in 2014, we made available to the ANC our 6% to enable the ANC to go through all the legalities. But the legalities will have never helped you, because far beyond the legalities, there is what you call political consciousness. You need the will, you need the zeal to take a decision to take land back to its rightful owners without compensation. And for that, you will not need the EFF to keep on reminding you. You need to remind yourself of why, in the first place, your forebears were involved in the wars of resistance. Returning the land to its rightful owners requires a bold political decision. This is the kind of decision that has been missing for the past 23 years. This debate today is misplaced. It assumes that to possibly speed up land reform through the use of the limitation clauses in the Constitution is the best of ideas that we have today. As the EFF, we believe that expropriation of land and all its mineral wealth without compensation is the answer. Returning our land without compensation means we recognize and accept that in the first instance, our land was stolen through the barrel of the gun, and thus through many years of resistance and the wars fought throughout the corners of our country, that our people, even though they were not able to win back their land, the defeats that they suffered, it meant that when you become a democratic state, you have to return the psychological defeat, landlessness, and many other things that they suffered. As the democratic order, your obligation was to return the dignity of the people, to effect socio-economic justice that will have been paramount to your cause of making your constitution democratic. Today, our people are left with the Constitution. They cannot eat the Constitution. They cannot cycle in the Constitution. They cannot progress in their life using the Constitution. We need the land to cycle. We need the land to farm. We need the land to maintain our sovereignty, to provide food security, and many other things which has actually attacked our people today. One of the biggest nightmares of our people is impoverishment. Poverty did not visit them during apartheid. It has visited them now more. And you have no solution to this except returning their land and make them to work on their land and make them to be resistant to poverty and to be resilient to their own fight for self-sufficient. The nature of the beast is that it will take the ANC another 100 years to return 80% of the land. By that time, you will almost be not in power because your laziness to decide on many other things could possibly force our people to make sure that you go out of power quicker than you ever imagined. Thank you.
Sithokoze. Umhlonishwa Hlengo.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo. The systematic dispossession of land belonging to the indigenous peoples of this country over hundreds of years and the subsequent land reform process, which is only 2 decades old, will still take many years to resolve. Land reform remains an imperfect policy as we still grapple with the fair and successful process thereof. In terms of our constitution, government must effect land reform, but within the parameters of the rule of law. Chairperson, we can all agree that land reform has performed poorly. Its stated objective, being the alleviation of poverty and inequality of many, has fallen far short of the mark. The few that have benefited have in many instances been the wrong people. Agricultural land that was once productive now lies fallow. This is in part due to post-weak settlement, agricultural support systems, no real market access, too much focus on subsistence farming, lacking of adequate funding models, and too greater reliance on the land market. The buyer willing seller model in which expropriation and redistribution takes place is only one part of the equation. The IFP has always called for a broader view to be adopted, from expropriation to redistribution to successful and sustained use of the land. The land reform issue requires a holistic approach to solving its many and varied challenges. Colleagues, there's just no quick fix to this problem. The topic we are dealing with today specifically deals with Section 25 of the Constitution and circumventing the willing buyer, willing seller process by seeking to invoke Section 36 limitations, Section 36 limitation clause therein. The IFP therefore emphasizes Section 25(8), which clearly states that, and I quote, "No provision of this section may impede the state from taking legislative and other measures to achieve land, water, and related reform in order to redress the results of past and racial discrimination, provided that any departure from the provisions of this section is in accordance with the provisions of Section 36(1) of the Constitution," close quote. Chairperson, therefore, land reform must be seen as part and parcel of our nation building and reconciliation responsibility. All South Africans must benefit from this process, but the process must be just, fair, and equitable. The IFP continues to advocate for a model that ensures means of fair and just expropriation with compensation. Yet restitution will not help if it is, amongst other things, unaccompanied by a viable economic program of farmer education and training, resourcing, continued support and supervision. Fine Honorable Chairperson, really, land grabs must be stopped and the police must do everything possible to arrest those people. Otherwise, we breed a culture of lawlessness, criminal activity, because if we handle the land question recklessly, we run the risk of descending into an unnecessary spate of violence. So the police must shape up or ship out. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobisa, you're the next speaker.
As Chairperson, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers, Honorable Members. Application of the limitation clause to Section 25 of our Constitution should be given serious consideration if we are to address the fiscal strain of land reform. Earlier, my colleague identified 2 major obstacles to meaningful land reform, namely financial considerations and the administration of the process. Chairperson, this year alone, an amount of 10.3 billion rand, which represent 32% of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform's budget over the medium-term expenditure framework, will go towards settling land claims. In reply to a question from the National Freedom Party, the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform listed the following as reasons for the backlog in the processing of land claims. and they are thus tabulated, Chairperson. Number one, research that is complex because of multiple overlapping rights. Number two, claims that were in court not being processed fast enough. 3, landowners challenging the validity of land claims. 4, disagreements between the land claimants and beneficiaries on settlement options or entities to hold the land, on how financial compensation is distributed. And finally, untraceable claimants who the department is trying to locate. Several of these issues, Chairperson, relate to the administration of land reform process and have to be addressed with serious intent if we are to make speedy and meaningful progress in returning the land to our people. Another issue which needs urgent attention is the prevalence of corruption which has seeped into the land reform process. Land reform deals often involve inflated prices that enrich the elite. Earlier this year, the Sunday Times report who had neither an ancestral claim to the land nor any agricultural experience. The deal cost 130 million rand of public money, while 31 farm workers went unpaid and the productive farm fell into disrepair. Similarly, the much acclaimed Malamala land claim deal cost taxpayers 1 billion, and yet the beneficiary community has not seen any benefits and remains in deep poverty. Having said that, Chairperson, I want to say the transfer of skills and support into beneficiary communities is absolutely critical to a successful land reform process, and the National Freedom Party believes that such programs of assistance are of crucial importance if we are to have meaningful land reform. The National Freedom Party would not accept the killing of farmers. We totally abhor anarchy. We totally condemn it. This takes our country back, and it does not assist us, and it does not assist social cohesion. In a similar vein, Chairperson, I must point out that the National Freedom Party abhors the abuse, the harassment, the torturing, and the killing of farm workers. And that all is disgustful, and it must not happen in our country. The removal of people from their land is unacceptable. In all the provinces, this is happening. And even around the corner here in Kalisha and Woodstock, that is happening. And the department must investigate that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Siyabonga. Okulandela ubaba Filtani.
On the debate about Section 36 of the Constitution, I want to say categorically up front, forget about buying back our country. This is just not the way to reverse the effects of the wars of dispossession. Even if you had wanted to buy back the land anyway, you would not have had enough funds to do so, especially after the floodgates were opened by the then Minister of Home Affairs when he allowed recklessly, when he granted recklessly citizenship to the Guptas. Now the South African-born citizens have neither the money nor the land on which to live. Then there is the issue of the pre-1913 dispossessions. We shall not give up on our cry for the inclusion of those large parcels of land in the
Honorable
list of parcels to be passed.
Please take your seat. There is a point of order. On what point of order are you rising, Honorable Member?
Rule 85.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The member here has said he knows what he has said, and he must substantiate. He must substantiate because I'm raising on the point of Rule 85.
Honorable Member, I will follow what you said up. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Let us go.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Can you please reprimand the Honorable Member? He can't rise on a point of order on an issue he cannot remember. It's a frivolous point of order, wasting my member's time, please.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The mere fact that he talks about Rule 85, that's why I say I will listen to the Hansard on what he said and come back. Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. We won't give up on the pre-1913 dispossessions. We shall not support any legislation that excludes those acres of our land. The landless indigenous citizens of this country must not continue to be excluded by the current Zuma administration. The state has so much land in its possession, why not release that land to the landless? This government has a direct contribution to the junk status in which this country finds itself. It does so by failing to come up with a clear citizen benefiting land policy. Little efforts like the 1 family, 1 hectare, 1 family, 2 cows will not dent the poverty faced by so many. So much so that not even the department has even attempted to do estimates on the socio-economic impact of such measures. It is so negligible. Was this constitution crafted mainly to protect the minority rights or to give more rights to the majority? So far, it has given very little meaningful rights to the majority and more meaningful rights to the minority. Look at the economy if you do not understand what I mean by that. The government is scraping the barrel in order to feed the landless. Food parcels are an example. This government is even failing to efficiently manage the land in its possession. We're sitting with public works today. It's just poor, poor, poor. Blacks continue to trade on street pavements in their own country of birth, in the open or in shacks and caravans. They have no land on which to put up their decent business infrastructure. I guess it would take this administration 20 years before it could put up something like the Mall of Africa. They would be debating and debating. The period from 1994 was supposed to be the best of times for the landless, but it has turned out to be the worst of times. Wake up to the challenge. The sun is about to set in 2019, and your days will be done forever. We have reached a point at which this government is dead against the state. It's the government against the state of South Africa, and they cannot deliver to the state, which is the citizens, the land, the people of South Africa. The Zuma administration must go. Thank you.
Thank you. Volgens is achtbare lid Groenewald.
Achtbare voorsitter, 'n mens kan sien dat in 2019 daar 'n verkiesing is wat in Suid-Afrika gaan plaasvind. En ons kan nou al sien dat die hooftema vir daardie verkiesing gaan grond wees. Want daar's 'n kompetisie tussen die ANC aan die een kant en die EFF aan die ander kant om te kyk aan wie hulle die meeste beloftes kan maak in terme van grond. Now, Chairman, let I put it quite frankly. If anybody thinks in South Africa that you can take the land without compensation, you're living in a dream. Let me put it quite frankly to you. If you want to start a civil war in South Africa, do that. Do that. And I told you before, that don't misjudge.
Achtbare lid Groenewald, alsjeblieft.
It's decidedly
What are you raising, honorable member?
on a point of order.
On which rule, honorable member?
The rule that establishes point of order, you know what is the rule. But the point of order is, he can't stand there and threaten civil war for a radical program of land occupation. It's not parliamentary to threaten civil war. If you want civil war,
Thank you very much.
don't threaten it there.
Thank you. I think,
You
honorable
must never
member.
threaten civil war. You know nothing about war.
Honorable
and
member,
must
thank you.
never,
Your
ever
point has
threaten
been
war
made. Thank
in
you.
this particular parliament. Please.
Thank you. Your point has been made, and I agree with you, but I will get advice and I will return. Thank you. Honorable member, it's unparliamentary to do that. Continue, honorable member.
Chairperson, I will continue. You must listen carefully what I said. I said if you're going to continue with this, that is going
Honorable
to happen
member
in South Africa.
Groenewald, I've
me
already
continue.
ruled on that. Can you continue?
Ek wil ook vir die agbare lid van die ANC sê, wat u sê dat al die grond is deur oorlog gevat. Gaan lees u geskiedenis. Daar was baie stamkapteins, selfs konings, wat grond gegee het aan die voortrekkers. Hulle het dit nie gevat nie. Hulle is gegee vir daardie mense in Suid-Afrika. As u die ekonomie wil vernietig, dan moet u voortgaan met hierdie tipe.
Please. Honorable Groenewald, will you please take your seat for a while? Honorable member.
Can a member take a question?
Honorable Groenewald, are you ready to take a question?
Voorsitter, ek het net 3 minute. Ek het nie nog tyd om te mors vir vrae nie.
Hy kan nie. Dankie, agbare lid.
Kom ek sê vir u so, agbare voorsitter, die mislukking van grondhervorming is nie die feit as gevolg van die vrywillige beginsel van vrywillige koper en verkoper nie. Die mislukking is as gevolg van onbevoegde amptenare, as gevolg van korrupsie wat plaasvind met grondhervorming. Tans is daar meer as 20.000 plase in die open mark, waar die prys selfs tot 20% goedkoper is as gevolg van die droogte. En daarom, om die beginsel van vrywillige koper-verkoper te wil gebruik as 'n verskoning, sê ek vir u, mislei u self. Kry skoon administrasie. Boere is bereid om te help. Hulle is ook gereed vir mentorskap, hulle gee dit reeds. U maak nie gebruik van die welwillendheid van die boere spesifiek as dit kom by landbougrond nie. Ek maak klaar, agbare voorsitter. And I want to say to the honourable members from the EFF, maybe you still have to learn what I forgot about war. I thank you.
Thank you. Agbare lid Katja.
Chairperson,
Honorable member, why are you on your feet?
want to call a point of order on this warmonger here.
Honorable member, you
Because
are...
he's again threatening war. He comes to steal our
Honourable
land and
member.
he threatens war here.
Please don't continue because you will also implicate yourself. I'm going to follow up on what he just said now. Thank you.
Must not be taken for granted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will get advice on these utterances that were made. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as former Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke put it, and I quote, "Our constitutional democracy was forged on the anvil of division, past injustice and economic inequality, but also on the hope for reconciliation, nation building and cohesion. It contains our joint and minimum ideological and normative choices of what a good society should be. It enjoins the state, all its organs, to take reasonable steps without undue delay to achieve that good society. Our constitutional design is empathetically transformative. It is meant to migrate us from a murky and brutish past to an inclusive future animated by values of human decency and solidarity. It contains a binding consensus on us, or a blueprint of what a fully transformed society should look like." The important issue of land was, according to Moseneke, foremost at the time of the formulation of our constitution. The property clause is emphatic that those dispossessed of property as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices are entitled to the restitution of that property or to equitable redress. That those whose tenure of land is legally insecure as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices are entitled to tenure which is legally secure or to comparable redress. That property may be expropriated for a public purpose or in the public's interest, which include the nation's commitment to land reform, and that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access to land on an equitable basis. The Constitution does not protect property ownership. It merely protects an owner against arbitrary deprivation. Deprivation that is not arbitrary is permissible. The property clause does not carry the phrase willing buyer, willing seller, which is often blamed for an inadequate resolution of a land question. The state's power to expropriate does not depend on the willingness of a landowner. The compensation may be agreed, but if not, a court can fix it and must fix it. The compensation must be just and equitable and not necessarily the market value of a land. Market prices is but one of 5 criteria Constitution lists for a court to set fair compensation. And as Ms. Haneke points out, the misrepresentation of a constitution in this regard has two political functions. The first is to deflect responsibility for the failure to achieve meaningful RAND reform after apartheid away from the ANC, and the second is to do so in a manner that presents the constitutional order as an imperishable barrier to the realization of popular aspirations, which are both legitimate and urgent. And it is this that is most worrying. From the state capture project, it is evident that there is a predatory elite intent on delegitimizing our constitutional order. And when the land question is folded in the active attempts to affirm and extend the reach of traditional authority, it is equally easy to argue that a demand for justice is being misused to show up a shift towards undemocratic and unconstitutional modes.
Thank you. Honorable Duckley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ACDP acknowledges the fact that distribution of land is closely linked to whether or not economic development actually addresses the scourge of poverty in a society, and is acutely aware of the need and for the importance of a successful land reform process in South Africa. The limitation clause that we are debating today in terms of speeding up land reform provides for all rights in the Bill of Rights to be limited in terms of a law of general application, as these limitations, however, must be reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality and freedom. It could well be part of the solution. The ACDP notes former Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke's reference to the property clause as radical in both spirit and letter, and his comment that government has so far failed to test the radical transformational reach of the idea of compensation for expropriation being based on the just and equitable principle and not exclusively on the basis of market value. Now, the ACDP was encouraged by Honourable Cronin's caution that expropriation without restraint and compensation will be exploited, and that we just need to look across the Limpopo to see who are the main victims when this happens. The same black majority who have been oppressed in the past, black workers, the urban and rural poor, the chronic food shortages, the skyrocketing food prices. Now, while the concept of revenge seems sweet to some, it will be a bittersweet pill if past injustices are not addressed in the manner that ensures growth and jobs. South Africa, we are told, needs growth of 6% of GDP a year, plus increased investment and employment if we want to significantly reduce poverty. Interventions that undermine property rights will only create instability and discourage investment, the very investment needed to create opportunities for employment and entrepreneurial activity to stimulate the economy. The ACDP view is that fair compensation would demand that market value is an important consideration, but must be weighed against factors listed in the Constitution, which would include the history of the property and the purpose for which it is required. In addition to retaining the safeguards in the Constitution for all who live in South Africa, the ACDP believes it would be wise to have the issue of compensation dealt with by a dedicated valuations court to assess and sign off on all compensation linked to forced expropriation in line with the Constitution. Protection of property rights is essential to individual and collective prosperity. It is also essential for political freedom, and we appeal to this House to ensure that they are not eroded. Apartheid restrictions on African land and home ownership were among the most damaging aspects of past racial discrimination. Since these restrictions began to crumble in 1975 and were finally abolished in 1991, African ownership of houses, land, and other assets has finally been able to grow and has done so exponentially, and we must ensure that growth is not undermined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mbabama.
The black parties must unite on this issue. We cannot fight about nothing. A single law should be developed to address the issue of land restitution without compensation. The necessary constitutional amendments would then be undertaken to effect this process. Madam Speaker, honorable members, These words were spoken by none other than the President of the country, the not so honorable Jacob Zuma, in his address to the Council of Traditional Leaders on the
point of order.
of land.
Honorable member, on what point are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 84. The member has just referred to President Zuma as dishonorable. I think that is disparaging.
Point of order two. The point that I want to get clarity on, Madam Chair, did I hear it proper and correct that the member said that black parties must unite on the land issue? Did I hear it proper from the DA that black party must unite on the land issue?
That one I won't go to. Let me respond to the point of order by the Honorable...
Okay, I'll wait for a while.
Okay. Honorable member, I will listen and come back to you.
Point of order, sir.
Thank you. I'm not going...
Point of order, sir.
Honorable Mbabani. Sorry, my sister for Mbabama. Okay. Okay, I'll come back to you. Continue with your speech.
Point of order, sir.
Honorable Filton, can you take your seat, Honorable Mbabama?
A comparative speech is not a denial of the honorability or
member,
otherwise of the president. He just said not so honorable,
member,
still honorable.
Honorable member, please
Thank you.
take your seat. We didn't ask for your clarity. That is not a point of order. Continue, honorable member.
My first words were a quote from a speech by President Zuma when he spoke to the Council of Traditional Leaders on the slow pace of land reform. This from a man who is supposed to be honoring the legacy of Nelson Mandela for a prosperous, non-racial, non-sexist democracy that belongs to all South Africans. This directly contradicts the stance that was taken by the ANC in Parliament. There is no doubt that land reform under an ANC government has failed dismally due to reasons ranging from gross incompetence of officials, rampant corruption in determining monetary value, and supporting copy-paste business models and rent-a-crowd policies in land reform. The ANC as a governing party is divided on the way forward and rapidly losing votes. The president of the country believes in one course of action while his parliamentary caucus believes in another. The ANC is deeply divided, and President Zuma, recognizing this, is desperately trying the populist route of using inhlungu yabantu abangena mihlaba ukufumana ivoti ngokubathembisa ngento ayaziyo uba ayizukwenzeka. The Democratic Alliance does not believe in expropriation without compensation, and blaming the willing buyer, willing seller to take attention away from government failure is not the thing to do. What we as the DA believe in is immediately legalize land tenure in the former TBVC states. All rural residents and farm dwellers to have security of tenure. Government support to be tailor-made to include the rural poor in the mainstream economy, either through successful smallholding or through ownership of successful agribusinesses. The land audit is to be fast-tracked and completed to conduct land reform in such a manner that the property values of land that are redistributed to the poor do not lose their market value. Destroying the value of the land destroys the value of what is redistributed. The ANC may be abandoning its non-racial roots under President Zuma, but the Democratic Alliance is a home for all, irrespective of color, creed, and sexual orientation. We believe in freedom for people to make their own choices on their own land, fairness in the redistribution process, and opportunity for all.
Mhlonishwa Mbabama.
Chair.
Honorable member, yes? What are you raising on?
Chair, with respect, I stood earlier And I thought that you are going to make a ruling
Honourable
on the
member.
point that I've made. But,
What the question, that is a question of clarity that you were seeking, isn't
yeah,
it?
that
It's
black
not a
people,
point
black
of,
parties must unite.
yes,
Yeah.
that's how I heard it, but I don't think it's a point of order. You can just find it out. Thank you.
Okay. Black people, black parties must
Honourable
unite.
member, thank you very much. It
Chairperson,
has nothing to do with us. Thank you.
Chairperson,
Honourable
may I address
Waters?
you to help the Honourable Choke?
No.
The fact of the matter is the Honourable
Honour-
member was quoting the President.
Honourable member.
That's what it is, they're quoting your
Honourable
President.
member, please. I didn't ask for clarities from you. Honourable Matloba, please take the debate forward.
Honorable Chair, all protocol observed. The Freedom Charter states, and I quote, "Our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty and peace by government founded on injustices and inequality that our country will never be prosperous or free until all people live in brotherhoods, enjoying equal rights and opportunities. That only a democratic state based on the will of the people can secure to all their birthright without distinction of color, race, sex, or belief." Firstly, Section 25 calls for security of tenure, ownership in cases where the colonial and apartheid legacy of the past has left millions of South Africans and women in areas of communal land tenure, for instance, with insecure property rights. Secondly, Section 25 empowers expropriation in the public interest. It defines public interest and including the nation's commitment to land reform and to reforms to bring about equitable access to all South Africa's natural resources. And it also adds, property is not limited to the land. I will confine my input to the matter of expropriation as it concerns the Constitution as well as the Expropriation Bill, which is currently being considered by the House of Traditional Leaders. The first word of self-criticism as the ruling party, we have failed to fully utilize the powers granted by the Constitution for the purposes of land expropriation. We have allowed the alien and non-constitutional language of willing seller, willing buyer to creep in and dominate the discourse of land reform. This has resulted in a major distortions in the market as government demands for land for restitution and redistribution artificially drives up prices so that sellers are effectively overcompensated for land. The general framework for expropriation is outlined in Section 25 of the Constitution, which provides that property may be expropriated only in terms of a law of general application and that no law may permit arbitrary deprivation of property. The Constitution further determines that the expropriation may only occur for a public purpose or in public interest and subject to payment of compensation. The review of the 1975 Expropriation Act became necessary to ensure consistency with the spirit and provisions of the 1996 Constitution, in particular the Equality Clause, the Property Clause, with the need for just administrative action, as well as to extend the purpose of the expropriation to include the public interest. Among the main changes in the compensation in terms of 1975 Act is determined primarily on the basis of market value. Section 25(3) of the Constitution, however, requires that just and equitable compensation be paid and that such compensation be determined by having regard to relevant circumstances without placing undue weight on a single factor. And I quote, "Relevant circumstances include the current use of property, the history of the acquisition and use of property, the market value of the property, the extent of direct state investment and subsidy in the acquisition and beneficial capital improvement of the property, and the purpose of the expropriation." The implication of these are very clear. That concept of willing seller, willing buyer was never enshrined in the Constitution, nor in the policies of the African National Congress. And that market value is the only one amongst many factors to take into account when calculating just and equitable compensation. That is why the Constitutional Court held that the purpose of Section 25 has to be seen both as protecting existing private property rights as well as serving the public interest, mainly in the sphere of land reform, but not limited thereto, and also striking a proportionate balance between these two functions. In recognizing property as a social construct, the Constitutional Court has held that the individual property rights are not absolute, but subject to societal consideration. The Expropriation Bill does not interfere with the powers existing expropriation authorities. Rather, it ensures that procedures for all expropriations are uniform, consistent with the Constitution, and fair to all parties. Thus, the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reforms already has the power to expropriate property emanating from the Restitution of Land Rights Act, the Provision of Land Assistance Act, the Extension of Security Tenure Act. The important contribution that the Expropriation Bill will make in the government's land reform program is to provide certainty and guidance to all parties on the process of expropriation. That includes the organs of state, land reform beneficiaries, property owners, and financial institutions. Thus, the bill facilitates a clear and streamlined process which is fair and provides protection to all parties in line with the Constitution. Having said this, as the Constitution states, and I quote, "The will of the majority must prevail." We are also very clear that the land that was acquired through illegal means, as is being used for illegal purposes, will be expropriated without compensation. It is also important that we need to be sensitive and responsible when we are dealing with these matters, as this is part of addressing the injustices of the past. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We now call on Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in debating this motion, there are pressing and critical questions which underlie the scheme of land reform in our post-apartheid constitutional settlement and arrangement. Let's then critically slaughter a few sheep. Has the current government been able to dismantle the spatial patterns of apartheid? Has land development achieved rural and urban justice and equity? Have we achieved land restitution within the pretext of land reform? Have we aggressively empowered women and their immediate families against illegal eviction? In other words, have we secured land tenure of our people against illegal deprivation and eviction of property? In his Steve Biko's 13th memorial lecture in 2012, Ben Ogre confronts us to address the most pregnant and philosophical questions facing humanity. With hindsight, the land reform debate is but one such question. Honorable Chair, the process of configuring the scheme of land rights in South Africa has succeeded in legislation. In implementation, however, it has stalled. The government has introduced a number of unhelpful legislations. Honorable Chair, under the currency of these laws, rural hunger has amplified. Illegal eviction in commercial farms have skyrocketed. Shark settlement and shanty towns have increased. The special planning introduced by apartheid has not been dismantled. The land restitution measures have not inculcated substance food producing and farming, and have not addressed rural and urban injustice. This motion, Honorable Chair, envisages that by using Section 36 of the Constitution, the limitation clause, the land reform project can be achieved. This approach is problematic. We cannot problematize the question of land reform. Our long-standing view on this matter is that reform is possible outside the framework of limitation clause. It is even surprising that this route is proposed when its very provisions are clear that in liming the rights in the Bill of Rights, there should be evidence that there exists no less restrictive means to achieving the intended purpose. Our take is different, therefore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mhlonishwa Walters.
Agbare voorsitter, voordat ek begin wil ek net noem dat ek hoop geen party probeer stemme wen deur populistiese oorlogspraatjies in hierdie huis nie. Dit is goedkoop en is onverantwoordelik. The Democratic Alliance welcomes this debate because it allows us to highlight the true reasons why the ANC government has failed at delivering land reform. It is a moot point that land reform in South Africa has not succeeded. The department's own past figures have shown that anything from 73% to 90% of government-run land reform projects have failed. Billions of rands have been spent in propping up failing projects with no reliable measurements in place telling us whether this expenditure is in fact succeeding. It is also a moot point, as underlined by the Constitutional Court, that this ANC government reopened land claims without any intention of budgeting for this. Not even outstanding claims, dating from before the reopening of land claims, were properly budgeted for. The ANC's recent fanfare about speeding up land reform is also not borne out by the budget that was just approved, with less than 2% of the government's expenditure in the medium-term expenditure framework being spent on land reform. Millions of hectares of communal and state-owned land lie fallow and are dead assets to the desperately poor households already living on it and engaging in agriculture. Of course, no discussion of ANC government failures is nowadays complete without referring to the ANC's key policy objective, corruption. We see from forensic audits springing up and complaints being made that state capture has its tentacles firmly in place in tenders and strategic partnerships also around land reform, begging the question, who are the true beneficiaries of land reform? Honourable Chair, it needs to be stated unequivocally that land reform went wrong not because anyone was out to sabotage or derail, or because of the willing buyer, willing seller principle, or because of some third force, but because of government failure, plain and simple. There exists enormous societal goodwill to assist government. It's not beneficiaries that are at fault, but rather poor government support and the fact that the government refuses to transfer land to beneficiaries. By refusing to give beneficiaries title deed, a cap is placed on the financing that can be raised to increase production. A ceiling on wealth creation for the poor is put in place. And no, not according to what the Minister said the other day, the DA does not own the banks. In fact, any study of banking executives will show significant ANC sympathy there. Where is Maria Ramos nowadays? There's not a single agriculture union that does not support land reform, but yet government keeps blaming commercial farmers, often in racial terms, for its failure. The DA has repeatedly challenged the ANC government to emulate its successors in transferring title deed to the poor and driving successful share equity schemes. We will support successful land reform and show it in deeds. In terms of this motion, it's necessary to briefly deal with the truism that the willing seller, willing buyer principle is the reason for all the above-mentioned failures. It is not this principle that reduces the beneficiaries of land reform projects to unpaid workers without property rights on taxpayer-subsidized state farms, farms that are milked dry by cronies of the ANC. It's not this principle that leaves the rural poor and former homelands without title deed on the land they have farmed for generations. Rural poor deliberately kept in poverty to lock them into voting for the ANC. It is not this principle that delays the purchase of land from existing budgets at reasonable prices, but rather endless delays in the process, driving up the cost and therefore the price of sellers. It's not this principle that limits a transforming agricultural sector stability. It is not this principle that fails to provide much-needed jobs in a sector currently shedding jobs. It's not this principle that allowed extension services to decay. It is not this principle that allowed the Agricultural Research Council to decline. It's not this principle that prevents suitable financing for emerging farmers. It's not this principle that limits investment opportunities. It's not this principle that mismanaged drought relief. It's not this principle running agricultural colleges into the ground. It is not this principle that fails to take workable proposals from organised agriculture, community property association and land reform beneficiaries on board. Honourable Chair, attacking the willing buyer, willing seller principle when the Constitution clearly provides a framework around it when it gets abused is nothing but a Houdini act to escape a looming appointment with voters who increasingly know the truth. The Democratic Alliance has shown that a cohesive policy based on our Constitution and guided by our principles of freedom, fairness and opportunity can make land reform a success. The real problems in land reform is really addressed there. Land reform can be a much-needed opportunity to reverse the decline of a farming sector, injecting new ideas, people and investment into a key job-creating sector. It has shown that a success rate of between 60 and 80%, even without national government largesse, is possible. Imagine what the DA can do if we controlled all levels of government. The DA believes in the rapid expansion of property rights to the poor to give all South Africans a stake in the economy. We believe in leveraging the goodwill of society in voluntary partnerships to destroy poverty and create jobs. We believe in our progressive constitution that guarantees just land reform for all South Africans. We are the only party that truly believes in property for the poor.
Thank you, Honourable Walters. We now call on the Deputy Minister of Public Works to continue the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson, honourable members and fellow colleagues. The land question in South Africa is a deeply emotive issue, and rightly so. It's something that clearly the Honourable Groenewald doesn't understand. I'm sorry that he's absent from the House. I think it's something that particularly white South Africans, whether they are right-wingers or red like myself, need to appreciate and understand. The history of colonial and apartheid genocidal dispossession wasn't just theft, it was genocidal dispossession of land, of livestock, of crops, of livelihoods, the enslavement of the Khoi and San people, those that survived the genocide. All of this has left a deep and lasting scar on our society. It underpins the continued racialized crises of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and social distress that a great majority of our people feel. And it's not just about land, as the Honourable Nwabe said, as the Honourable Mbata said. It's also about restoring dignity, a sense of identity, the basic rights of citizenship, belonging to the place in which you live. But what is the land question in 2017, and how do we address it? 2 weeks ago, the KwaZulu-Natal Land Claims Commission Office complained that of the 110 claims settled last year, over 60% were settled in cash and not in land compensation. KZN's Land Restitution Support Chief Director, Advocate Becky Imbili, said it was, quote, a general problem across the country. Many of the claimants already have small pieces of land, and some don't even live in those areas where their forefathers were removed from. Some say to us that they don't want the risk involved if they ask us to buy them these huge pieces of land that will go out of production. Advocate Beely went on to say, quote, the problem with this is that if you look at the outcome of the first phase of land restitution, the amount of land that is in private, largely white hands, is still in the region of 70 to 80%. We can only change, he said, the land ownership pattern if people opt for restoration. If they opt for financial compensation, the pattern stays the same. If you take the money, you don't dent the problem that currently exists. But clearly, there's a disjuncture between what the public official regards as the problem and what the people, namely the claimants, regard as their problem and therefore their solution. In the 1950s, when the East German government expressed disappointment at the conduct of the people, the poet Bertolt Brecht suggested, ironically, that if the government was unhappy with the people, it should dissolve the people and elect another. Now, I'm not suggesting that Mbili should dissolve the people and elect another. But I've even heard some colleagues suggest that we should amend the land restitution legislation to compel claimants to take land and not cash. Now, we need to think what it is that we're trying to do collectively as South Africans, not just as ANC, but as South Africans in general. Obviously, the land restitution is only one dimension of what needs to be a broader land reform program. But what the majority of land restitution claimants are telling us is that for many, probably for the majority of them, in fact, it's not a question of a simple return, of a straightforward restoration, of a going backwards to pre-1913, pre-whatever. To build a non-racial, egalitarian, and inclusive society, as the ANC, but as a country, we have to go forward, and I would say radically forward. Where I strongly agree, therefore, with the NFP in introducing this topic for debate, is that a market-driven solution, which is to say the willing seller, willing buyer approach to the land question and to many other questions, will simply not work. The market is not what the followers of Adam Smith would have us believe. It's not a zone of perfect freedom in which buyers and sellers interact on equal terms, trading to their mutual benefit and for the good of all. There are huge inequalities on the market, especially in a society like South Africa. If we attempt to introduce serious land reform and land transformation in our country, a market-driven, or if you like, a willing seller, willing buyer approach is likely to result either in little progress or in large-scale failure. Why? First of all, a willing seller, willing buyer approach is likely to result in a patchwork of farms acquired for land reform, depending on what comes up on the market for purchase. But land reform for agriculture requires effective, planned, and consolidated interventions to enable new farmers or existing small farmers to have a chance of success. This means state-led upstream and downstream market support. It means appropriate irrigation, water rights, fencing, agricultural extension offices, veterinary and crop services, logistics infrastructure. A piecemeal approach simply makes these critical interventions impossible to consolidate and therefore to afford. Of course, the market might deliver a more consolidated batch of willing sellers under circumstances. And this was what was rather cynically suggested by the Freedom Front Plus earlier this year, and again hinted at today by the Honourable Groenewald. When they said that the drought, they were saying this in February, was a good time to scale up the willing seller, willing buyer land reform program. I.e., what they were saying is that government, at public expense, would bail out drought-stricken white farmers and settle new farmers on parched land. That's the height of cynicism, frankly. Successful land reform programs like that in South Korea, which was the foundation of its subsequent remarkable industrialization, are about scale and about unleashing productivity, and also, as many have said, the determination and clarity of what you're trying to achieve. In South Africa, with some 64% of our people urbanized, and ongoing urbanization is accelerating very rapidly, the land question is significantly, perhaps even primarily, an urban issue. But we know that the property market in our urban centers, just in rural areas, creates huge barriers to entry and to inclusion for the majority. And these barriers are just as severe as apartheid-era group areas, forced removals, and past laws. This is the general context in which we need to approach the subject of today's debate. Is our 1996 Constitution, and specifically, as is implied in the topic for debate, is Clause 25, the property clause, an impediment to achieving effective, meaningful, sustainable land reform, both rural and urban? Can the blockage, again, as is implied in the topic for debate, in Clause 25, be overcome by invoking Clause 36, the so-called limitation clause? Well, let me first of all appreciate the intention behind the honourable member from the NFP who's introduced this topic, because what he's trying to do is to try and say, how can we advance land reform, which we need to do, but within the bounds of the Constitution? But well-intentioned as the topic is, it's misguided and it's barking up the wrong tree. There is absolutely no reason to sneak around Clause 25 and invoke Clause 36. In the first place, as many other speakers have already said, there is absolutely no willing seller, willing buyer requirement in the property clause in Section 25. In fact, you won't find a single reference to willing seller, willing buyer throughout the entire Constitution. What is to be found in the property clause is the requirement that in the case of expropriation, just and equitable compensation must be paid. But the property clause is very clear. Compensation is not based simply on market value. The Honourable Carter said this correctly. The Honourable Modlopo also explained this nicely. The property clause allows for expropriation in the public interest, which it explicitly defines as, quote, the nation's commitment to land reform, and not just to land reform, and reforms to bring about equitable access to all South Africa's natural resources. That's very far-reaching, very radical. What is more, Clause 25 has its own limitation clause, even before we get to Clause 36. Clause 25 sub A reads, quote, no provision of this section, the rest of the property clause, may impede the state from taking legislative and other measures to achieve land, water, and related reform in order to redress the results of past discrimination. In other words, the compensation provision in the property clause cannot be used to impede land reform, genuine and well-intentioned land reform. And therefore, I would argue that compensation could, in circumstances, be merely a token. It needs to be paid, but it could be a token. So I don't think that compensation is the real hurdle to effective land reform. We've already noted that hundreds of millions of rands are being spent in the land restitution program, for instance, to pay cash to claimants and not to purchase land. Also to be noted is that in the past, the state has been simply taken for a ride. So we've heard a lot about the goodwill of those facing claims and so forth, but there's lots of bad will as well. And the terrible, notorious case is, of course, the Mala Mala Game Reserve, which cost, as another speaker mentioned, 1 billion rand for restitution. This Parliament in 2014 passed the Property Valuation Act, which, amongst other things, established a state valuer general. Instead of relying on the private sector to value property and to be taken for a ride, as has been happening in the past, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform now has its own state valuer general. And according to Minister Gugile Nkwinti, already that office has saved the public purse 84 million rand on what would otherwise have been paid out for farms. But what is more, the courts are ahead of many politicians sitting here in Parliament. In July last year, the Land Claims Court heard a case in a land claims issue brought by a Mr. Philemon Msiba, whose father had been a tenant farmer. When the dispute over payment finally reached the Land Claims Court last year, the farm owner's expert valuer from the private sector, the well-meaning, well-intentioned private sector, said the market value of the portion of land claimed was 4.4 million. The state valuer general said, no, it's 1.8 million. Very interestingly, the Land Claims Court brought the figure down even further to 1.5 million. The wording of its ruling is very noteworthy. It argued that, quote, a just and equitable price is not the same thing as a market price. Moreover, in its ruling, it argued that in assessing price in cases of land reform, quote, market value must not be given more weight than other factors listed in Section 25 of the Constitution. And these other factors, again, as other speakers have alluded to, include the history of the acquisition of the property, its current use, and the purpose for which it is now being intended. Interestingly, but not surprisingly, during the Portfolio Committee hearings on the Expropriation Bill, the DA and the Freedom Front Plus argued exactly contrary to what the court has now said. They argued that, yes, okay, market value is one of the criteria, but it needs to be the most important criteria. Why should we be surprised that that was their argument? What about the EFF? Now, first of all, let me appreciate the reasonable, as always, tone that Honourable Mbata adopted. I think that helps, unlike the Honourable Groenewald, who really, you're not helping the issue at all by coming out in the way that you did. But you know, the EFF's position on this matter is actually a remarkable achievement. Let me say that. It's a remarkable achievement. It manages to be both consistent and at the same time incoherent. It says it wants the ANC, it says it wants to give the ANC its parliamentary votes so that we can change the constitution to allow for expropriation without compensation. But while they're saying it, they're giving their votes to the DA in metros, the very DA that wants compensation to be determined largely on the basis of market value. Go figure. On the other hand,
on a point of order.
The EFF.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
I think Jeremy is comparing apples and bananas.
Honorable
right?
member, that's a political issue, it's not a point
Yeah,
of order.
but he's comparing
No,
two things.
it's not a point of order.
6% for the
Honorable member, it's not a point of
and we're
order.
fighting
I'm
against
switching
corruption,
off
we
this.
vote against the ANC. Don't confuse things, you must focus, Chief.
Honorable member, don't do that.
On a point of order, Chair. On the point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
The chief whip of the EFF have called Comrade Jeremy in the first name terms as Jeremy led,
Yes.
not in compliance with Rule 82.
Yes.
Please, you must correct that.
Yeah, Honorable Shivambo, what I do want to address to you is please listen to the presiding officers when they ask you to obey the rules. And you don't. You speak even when advised that your point is not a point of order. And then you name and you speak to the speaker before here as if you are talking outside of the house. It's not okay. It's incorrect and you persist in doing that. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order, Chair.
What are you raising, honorable member?
Point of order. I just want to remind Honorable Jeremy that in Kanaland,
Honorable
voted
member.
with DA as well.
Honorable member.
Don't have a short-sighted memory.
Honorable Slope, can you withdraw that? Call the speaker Mr. or Honorable.
I said honorable. We don't listen, Chair.
Honorable member, you are
I
out
said
of order.
honorable.
Take your.
I said Honorable Jeremy Cronin, the former Deputy Secretary of South African Communist Party. In Kanaland, ANC voted with DA. So I'm reminding him
Honorable
the
member,
fact.
take your seat. Go ahead, honorable member.
I'm glad that I at least woke up the EFF. They were fast asleep. So on the one hand, they vote with. On the one hand, they offer our votes, but they vote with the DA. But on the other
Honorable
hand,
Chair.
the EFF says that the present government.
Honorable Chair, order. I
Yes.
think he must withdraw because it's unparliamentary. We are not sleeping here. It's only ANC members who are sleeping in Parliament.
Honorable
not
Slope,
us.
take your seat.
No, he must withdraw.
Take your seat. Proceed, honorable member.
On the other hand, the EFF says that the present government is kleptocratic. But it wants to change the constitution so that the same government can expropriate without compensation. Go figure. We don't need to change the constitution, but we do need to expedite the long-delayed expropriation bill, which the President has sent back, but strictly on procedural grounds. Above all, we need to drive a sustainable rural and urban land reform program that can't be about hitting mechanical quota targets for their own sake. A radical land reform program must be about productive lives, about sustainable livelihoods, about food security for all, about not just a new class of commercial farmers, but also sustainable livelihoods and sustainable communities for those living in communal land tenure dispensations. It must be about mixed use, mixed income human settlements on well-located land, and it must be, yes, indeed, release of well-located state land for human settlement occupation, including the Department of Public Works land. The Constitution, Deputy Speaker, is not an impediment to these objectives. In fact, it is a clarion call to achieve these goals. Thank you very much.
Well, that was the live crossing to Parliament there. On the agenda today is the very motive issue of land reform, of course. MPs debating speeding up land reform by using the limitation clause in the Constitution to bypass the willing buyer, willing seller policy. Well, Deputy Minister Mashego Dlamini earlier reminding the House of the systematic dispossession of land of people of the Commission of Land Restitution in only a short...
Our people have been waiting for so long. We really appreciate that. Honorable DM Dlamini, I will agree with you that the land issue, the land problem, started when colonizers arrived in our country. Izimpe eziningi ezaziliwa amakhosi akithi namaqhawe akithi babengalweli ilungelo lokuvota noma ilungelo lokuya eParliament. Babelelwa ilungelo lokuvikela umhlaba wabo, umhlaba wobabamkhulu. Ungabe ukhuluma ngeqhawe uBhambatha kaMancinza wesizwe samaHlubi noma inkosi uLangalibalele Hadebe wesizwe samaHlubi noma ukhuluma ngoKhingitsa kaKhawuta wesizwe samaXhosa noma inkosi uSandile wesizwe samaXhosa noma ukhuluma ngempi yaseSwandlwana konke kwakusegameni lokubuyisa umhlaba wesizwe sakithi nobukhosi. But I'm very disturbed with you, Honorable Groenewald. You must be born again. You must be born again. If we want our land full stop. You cannot come here and say, we are inviting the civil war. Our forefathers died for this land. If you speak of the civil war, we are not scared, we are ready, because that is why our forefathers died for. We must remind you, honorable members, that for us going up and down in the corridors of power, but have not addressed the land issue, the blood and bones of our forefathers are still crying. Igazi lobabamkhulu lisakhala ukuthi sobabuyisela nini into abayifela. The land issue costed them their lives. So Honorable Groenewald, don't even go there, because you are ready for that. We will follow our ancestors in addressing the issue of land. Ungazosabisa ngento entshontsha. In fact, akufanele ngabasikhuluma ukuthi fanele ukhokhwe. I agree with you, Honorable Mbata. Sometimes indaba yokuyemali nemali ekubeni into yakithi yantshontshwa ngesibhamu. Funa bese kubeke ecaleni. Uma befuna isibhamu, we are ready.
Order. Order. Honorable members, order. That now concludes this debate.
Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
Chair. The member forget to speak about the Ngungunyane Kamanukuza and Soshangana.
You can continue that outside. The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on Africa Day, building a better Africa and a better world.
The Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Landers.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, this debate takes place after the successful celebrations of Africa Month in May 2017. Pan-Africanism will serve as the foundation for today's debate, during which we will demonstrate our commitment to its ideals and values. Allow me to begin by paying homage to the Namibian struggle icon and anti-apartheid activist, Herman Andimba Toivo Ya Toivo, who passed away at the age of 93 in Windhoek on Friday, 9th of June. Comrade Toivo Ya Toivo joins his fellow Pan-Africanist peers and our founding fathers in that better place. Herman Toivo Ya Toivo was a co-founder of SWAPO, who served 16 years on Robben Island in the same section as Nelson Mandela. He was a Pan-Africanist of note and will be remembered for his tireless struggle towards Africa's and Namibia's struggle for emancipation. He is credited with fostering unity during the difficult times in our continent's history. We use this occasion to express our deepest condolences to his family, to SWAPO, and to the people and government of Namibia. The accolade giant of the struggle does not even begin to describe Comrade Toivo Ya Toivo. Hambagahle, Comrade Toivo. The genesis of our Pan-Africanist ideology and movement was in response to colonization of the African continent and our resolve to work towards a shared future as Africans. Professor Adekeyi Adebajo, Director of the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg, describes Pan-Africanism thus, and I quote, "Pan-Africanism can be defined as the efforts to promote the political, socio-economic, and cultural unity and self-reliance of Africa and its diaspora," close quotes. Pan-Africanism is a worldwide intellectual movement that aims to encourage and strengthen bonds of solidarity between all people of African descent and extends beyond continental Africans
with a substantial support base amongst the African diaspora in the Caribbean, Central and Latin America, and the United States. It is based on the belief that unity is vital to economic, social, and political progress and aims to unify and uplift people of African descent. It asserts that the fate of all African people and countries are intertwined. At its core, Pan-Africanism is a belief that African peoples, both on this continent and in the diaspora, share not merely a common history, but a common destiny. This vision of African unity found expression in the writings and pronouncements of African descendants across the globe like Sylvester Williams, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Sol Plaatje, and Pixley Kai Samaseke, to name but a few. Our founding fathers, such as Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, O.R. Tambo, amongst others, built on this ideological platform and developed concrete programs to implement Pan-Africanism, both in the struggle against colonialism and apartheid and in our post-colonial and apartheid eras. We have subscribed to this ideology and its values from the onset of our struggle for liberation from colonialism and apartheid. The founding fathers of our liberation movement, the African National Congress, were from the outset Pan-Africanist in their intellectual, revolutionary, and ideological outlook, as well as in their political activism. The establishment of the ANC in 1912 was, in fact, a Pan-Africanist liberation response to colonialism and apartheid in Africa in general and South Africa in particular. Our Pan-Africanist outlook as a country is therefore a post-democratic vision grounded in our historical struggle against colonialism, imperialism, and apartheid. And so we say today, we are Africans. We share a common history and destiny with our brothers and sisters on the continent and in the diaspora. We will continue to contribute towards the rebirth of our continent and ushering in of a new era, an era where Africa will be free from the bondage of colonialism and apartheid. I am reminded of the famous words of Pixley Kaisakaseme in 1909, when he articulated the kind of Africa we aspire to when he said, "The regeneration of Africa means that a new and unique civilization is soon to be added to the world." Honorable members, leaders such as Felix Houphouët-Boigny of Côte d'Ivoire, Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Ahmed Ben Bella of Algeria, Patrice Lumumba of the Congo, Ahmed Sékou Touré of Guinea, General Nasser of Egypt, Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau, Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso, and Modibo Keïta of Mali, amongst others, all embodied the ideal of Pan-Africanism as a necessary political and ideological response to addressing the legacy of colonialism and the fight against apartheid. It is important to observe that this year, 2017, our fellow Ghanaian patriots celebrate 60 years of freedom. Ghana's independence served as a thrust for the independence of many other African states, and for that we remain forever grateful to their leadership, particularly Dr. Nkrumah, who once said, and I quote, "If we are to remain free, if we are to enjoy the full benefits of Africa's rich resources, we must unite to plan for our total defense and the full exploitation of our material and human means in the full interests of all our peoples. To go it alone will limit our horizons, curtail our expectations, and threaten our liberty," close quotes. Deputy Speaker, we have now acknowledged the role fellow Africans and the global anti-colonial movements have played in our struggle. It is, however, important to emphasize that our own destiny and future can never be divorced from that of the continent. Our own icon, President Nelson Mandela, through an article on Foreign Affairs magazine in 1993, reminded the world that South Africa cannot escape its African destiny and emphasized our role in the pursuit of African unity. In the final analysis, it must be deduced that we are not Africans by mere geographical location. We are Africans by birth. Honourable members, democratic South Africa took its rightful place on the continent and has contributed immensely towards Africa's peace and prosperity. We have been honoured with various leadership roles in Africa. African leaders have entrusted us with leading the continent on many international fora. Certainly, this will continue as we work within the collective of the African leadership going forward. You will recall that in the year 2002, we hosted the landmark summit, which culminated in the Organization of African Unity, becoming the present-day African Union. We were guided by the shared vision of a united, prosperous, and strong Africa that Nkrumah, Luthuli, Tambo, and Mandela envisioned. Most importantly, in the city of Durban, the AU was entrusted with the mandate to take the political and economic integration agenda of the continent forward. For our part, this ushered in an era that sought to bolster efforts to reverse the legacy of colonialism, which Chief Albert Luthuli referred to during the 60s when he said, and I quote, "Our continent has been carved up by great powers. Human skills and energy have been harnessed for the advantage of our conquerors," close quote. Deputy Speaker, it is against this background that we availed Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma for the position of AU Commission Chair. She made us proud by, amongst others, leading the adoption of a revised shared vision of the Africa we want in the form of Agenda 2063. Most notably, Dr. Dlamini-Zuma played a leading role in women empowerment on the continent and as such made gender equality central to the pursuit of Pan-Africanism and in fostering unity of purpose. We use this opportunity to congratulate her on the successful completion of her tour of duty. I want to also use this opportunity to add to the congratulations already extended to Ethiopia's Minister of Foreign Affairs and former Minister of Health, His Excellency Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, on his election as the new Director General of the World Health Organization. Dr. Ghebreyesus brings his rich experience to this position, having also served as chairperson of the board of the Global Fund to fight HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, amongst others. We celebrate his election and we will support him in all his efforts. And on this matter, I want to refer to a column in the African Independent written by Victor Khomweswana, in which, forgive me, he says, and I quote, "Let Dr. Ghebreyesus use his 5-year term at the WHO to force multinational corporations to make the cure of HIV/AIDS and other killer diseases affordable, amongst others, as his reputation suggests he just might," close quote. And so, I repeat, we celebrate his election and we will support him in all his efforts. On 2 June 2017, President Zuma formally launched Youth Month under the theme, "The Year of O.R. Tambo, Advancing Youth Economic Empowerment." This will enable us to have focused debates on how best we can accelerate youth empowerment. We are therefore encouraged by the African heads of state and government's decision to declare 2017 as the year of harnessing the demographic dividend through investments in youth. In moving forward, South Africa should work hard on the improvement of cultural exchanges and promotion of cultural diplomacy. We also need to be proactive and remind our citizens of the role the continent played in pursuit of the freedoms we enjoy today, and that informed by the foundations laid by our forebears, the ideals and values of Pan-Africanism shall propel us to realize the aspirations of Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bergman.
I must say I'm very surprised at the Deputy Minister's choice in presidential candidates. We mustn't ask what can be done for Africa, but rather what can we do with Africa. This was an important quote from Bill Clinton. Often Africa is looked upon as the welfare state. Funds and aid are made available as a sign of charity and guilt, sent into projects that never see the light of day. It is a sad story that our continent is the wealthiest in resources, but we remain the poorest. Africa Day should seek to turn talk into action. Instead of having dialogue and planning sessions at SADC, AU and the ACP, we should be creating resolutions that will transform Africa today and not tomorrow. When it comes to transformation, Africa is our own worst enemy. In the new African Renaissance, we should be promoting intra-regional trade. It cannot be acceptable today that to ship a container from China to Kenya costs around $600. But to move that container anywhere in Africa will cost $1,600 at least. We should follow the lead of Kenya in the Eastern Corridor when it comes to infrastructure planning. We should not have a narrow-minded focus, but rather seek ways in which to ensure that our infrastructure is adaptable to neighboring infrastructure so that we can grow our bilateral trade with our neighbors and regions in competitive and productive environments. This could happen today. The second problem we experience in Africa is the fact that our natural resources end up being exported as raw material. Think of the jobs and growth in our economy and in our country and continent we would experience if we industrialized. Instead of exporting raw material and keeping our GDP growth at X, we could send a manufactured product, increasing our GDP by XXXX. In international forums that I've had the opportunity of sitting in, we speak about growing entrepreneurs and jobs, but we have the solution and tools right here, in our own backyard. All it takes for governments to invest in themselves and work with the businesses to take that bold step from the mindset of mining to the mindset of manufacturing. When a problem is continental, it is important that we make sure that we are building relationships with the region. Having had the opportunity of sitting as a delegate in many of the regional forums, when it comes to regional posturing, South Africa is always seen and treated as the arrogant stepsister. We are no longer seen as the benchmark. Countries such as Egypt, Nigeria, Seychelles, and Mauritius continue to grow at high growth rates. We continue to sink to humiliating ranks. It is sad to watch our delegates try to represent us in amidst this decline because our approach stays the same, but our efficacy on these unions have long since dwindled. The hope and ray of light Madiba brought to the African stage continued under the diplomatic and academic President Mbeki, but has now become a fading candle. We need to regroup and rethink our approach. We can lead and we can represent Africa and move them from underdog to top dog. But we need to appreciate that sometimes it's better to listen with our ears and not our mouths. We can learn this helpful lesson today and not tomorrow. South Africa sits chasing Commonwealth Games and others that they cannot afford. But imagine that we could host a continental game based on indigenous games unique to our continent. Imagine we can host countries of our region to sports and networking opportunities that bring down fences and pretenses and build true diplomacy. In the wake of an ever-changing landscape where today's dictators become tomorrow's legends and past democratic presidents are banished to academic halls by the greedy and the shameless, political opposition threatened and jailed on trumped-up charges, that does not have to be Africa. Africa could be a truly unique experience, different to anywhere else in the world, where Africans find harmony first and foremost with each other, our neighbors, and within each other's region. Sports can achieve the impossible and can bridge the divide. a continental competition funded by unspent funds in the African Renaissance Fund can be done today and not tomorrow. Africa tends to flirt with countries that boldly flash money but then discreetly hand over the invoices and terms. Historically, these trends were focused on the West, but over the last decade or so, it has moved happily and carelessly to the East. Our approach should be rather be proud and promote our African identity and not be sold to any exploitative bidders anymore. We should promote Africa for Africans and rather become a venue of direct foreign investment rather than costly loans that auction our identity to these bidders. This can happen with a focus on ending open government corruption and exploitation of the poor and disenfranchised. This could happen today and not tomorrow. The time has come for Africa to rise. Let's not dream of an Africa tomorrow. Let's create an equal Africa today. For as the famous poem says, I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. I am an African.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So on the 25th of May 1963, progressive Pan-Africanists met in Addis Ababa in the Congress that culminated in the formation of the Organization of African Unity. These were leaders like Haile Selassie, Sekou Toure, Julius Nyerere, and Kwame Nkrumah. They said that we must unite the continent, we must have African solidarity, and we must coordinate and intensify intra-African economic, political, and trade cooperation. And part of their objectives was to say that we must defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the African continent. But they also say that we must eradicate all forms of colonialism that had come to define the African continent for many centuries since the 19th century. It was only 28 years later where a practical, elaborate program was adopted in Abuja in 1991, where the African Economic Community was established in what came to be known as the Abuja Treaty. The Abuja Treaty was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, 51 of them, and set the clearest program of action on what is to be done towards achieving the original aims and objectives of the Organization of African Unity. It said that we should establish organs of the African Economic Community, which includes the Council of Ministers, the Pan-African Parliament, the Court of Justice, the Economic and Social Commission that should coordinate all work that is needed to be done here in the particular continent. But most of those entities have not been given full expression in the manner in which they've been dealt with. We must perhaps deal with the reasons as to why is South Africa lagging behind. The African continent is lagging behind in terms of these issues. The Deputy Minister of International Relations came here to sing praises for Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who was a dismal failure as the African Union chairperson. Her deployment to the African Union was to smooth operations for the Gupta dynasty that had started to do business because she was there. It led to the senseless deployment of South African soldiers to the Central African Republic because they wanted to achieve their own narrow business interest. 15 soldiers were killed because of that particular deployment. Under Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma as AU chair, the fact of the matter is that the Western Sahara still remains a colony. Morocco was readmitted as a member of the African Union and Pan-African Parliament under her own foresight. This political leader who is successful allowed Morocco to be readmitted, a colonizer country in the continent dealing with that. Under a stewardship of the African Union, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the so-called hero of African unity, the AU is still dependent. More than 80% of AU's funding still comes from the European Union. What is revolutionary? What is Pan-Africanist about that? What did she do? She came with Agenda 2063. There is a program of action that is incomplete called the Abuja Treaty that has got dates up until 2028. What did she do? She comes and says, we want Agenda 2063 for Africa, shifting the goalposts far above what we currently have. The agenda which this parliament, which South Africa must affirm, is the Abuja Treaty of the establishment of the African economy, so that we are able to consolidate African unity in the vision that was given to us by Adimba Toivo Yaitovo, may his soul rest in peace, of Namibia. That was given to us by Julius Nyerere, by Haile Selassie, by Kwame Nkrumah, and all the great African leaders. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mwango, IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, this Africa Day provides with an opportunity for pause and reflection on the continental status quo, its challenges, successes, and shortcomings. It enjoins us as Africans to adopt such continental vantage point in order for us to be not only cognizant, but also duty-bound in ensuring the greater peace and prosperity for all within its borders. The Pan-Africanist ideology, though, is somewhat faltering. Its once clear clarion calls for cooperation and unity are no longer subscribed to by the many. Although the AU still champions such efforts, one must question whether there is still the political will and impetus by some member states to strive for the ideal of an open, democratic, and free Africa. Peace, security, stability, and good governance are a sine qua non and foundational to the success of the continent. Continental peace and stability remains concerning. Even though strides have been made in this area by the AU, we still see the challenge of fragility in many post-conflict countries. Peace and stability remaining, as it were, on a knife edge. Conflict involving children, women, and youth on the continent must receive greater attention, and efforts in mitigation thereof must remain an AU priority. Children as combatants is barbaric, and every effort must be made to bring peace to such war-torn areas. Emerging issues such as maritime security, border tensions, trafficking in illicit drugs, human trafficking, and poaching of wildlife are areas of grave concern, and as is the constant threat of terrorism. Murderous religious intolerance, as we have recently witnessed in Egypt, with 28 Christian Copts being brutally killed, will only sow further division. African dictatorships that sacrifice the well-being of their citizens for the monetary benefit of the few is a challenge that is going to require an African solution. At the beginning of this year, we witnessed ECOWAS, through the use of diplomacy and possible military intervention, convince Gambian President Yahya Jammeh to leave the country after he refused to step down despite losing the elections. Closer to home, our SADC should take page from the ECOWAS manual and adopt a more robust position as regards the situation in Zimbabwe. Chairperson, Africa is one of the wealthiest continents in the world, and yet we continue to conduct our affairs as if we were the poorest. This is a mindset, and it must shift if we are to create the African dream and renaissance. We must imbue our youth with a vision and capability through world-class education and skills development to reach this dream. They are the future of Africa. This is the dream, and this is our dream. Honorable Chairperson, this debate is an auspicious debate for me for another reason, as it marks my last debate before this most august assembly. I have been privileged for the last 23 years to serve as a member of this National Assembly and to have played a small role in the ushering in not only our transformation into democracy, but also in its further development. I wish to take this brief opportunity to thank all of you seated here today for the friendship and camaraderie that we have garnered over the years as we have striven together to create a better future for all South Africans. In particular, I would like to thank my colleagues in the IFP, my leader, Prince Buthelezi, my chief whip, Mr. Naren Singh, and my chairperson of caucus, Professor Msimang, for granting me such a wonderful opportunity to better serve the people of this great land, and I'm very and forever grateful for that. To our caucus staff, thank you for your outstanding support. To my family, my wife Audrey, and children, Skumbuzo, Zama, and Velo, my heartfelt thanks and love for the sacrifices you have made in having a husband and a father away from home while serving in Parliament. Your love and support is cherished and has kept me going through the good times and the bad ones. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, my wish for South Africa, we are a great land with a great people. We need to forge ahead as one, root out the disease of corruption that currently besets us, uphold the rule of law, stand together irrespective of race, color, or creed, and in so doing become that shining example of what all other African nations should aspire to.
Thank you very much.
In serving and benefiting not only to the people of this country, but to all the people of Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwango. On our behalf, Utsamaya Hanten Tate, we add our words of thanks to your family and your party for having worked with us well during your time here. Thank you very much. Honorable Kubisi, Bisa.
No. Chairperson, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. We must also add our voice and wish you, Mpangazita, all the best, wherever you will be. And we also remember you for your knowledge and understanding of matters of justice, correctional services, police, security, and international relations. All the best. Now, Chairperson Kwame Nkrumah once said, I quote, "I'm not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me," close quote. There is indeed a thread that connects us from Cape to Cairo, anchored in our shared characteristics and interrelationships as Africans, and is a thread, and that thread is Africa, born in us. It matters not what race we are. Being African transcends race and nationality. It transcends political philosophies and unites us in a social cohesive force that is awaiting to emerge from the shadows of our colonial past. We must mutually agree as Africans that we'll only become stronger when we come together with no tarnished records of poor governance, corrupt tendencies, greed, and nepotism. The time has come for Africa to take stock and have our eyes in order. Deputy Speaker, member states in the African Union have their sovereignty as individual states. Hence, no member can interfere in the affairs of another without the mandate from the member state concerned. However, it is of paramount importance that all members should subscribe to the precepts of African regional law and international law. African countries and independent states have to uphold the rule of law and not abuse the fundamental human rights. Nations of the world will respect us Africans if we are united, if we promote the socio-economic advancement of Africa, and most importantly, if we shun greed, corruption, nepotism, and all patriarchal and chauvinistic tendencies which bedevil our beautiful continent. If we want our voice to be stronger on the international stage, when we have to speak, then we have to speak with a united and distinct voice. As Africans, we share a common humanitarian philosophy of Ubuntu, which has the potential to unite us, and as a continental power that values human lives, peace, and stability. It is a voice that will tell of our deep-rooted compassion for our fellow Africans and mankind, and our admittance that in life we have not only rights but also obligations. Our voice must speak of a shared vision and purpose. We need to interrogate what Kwame Nkrumah meant when he said, and I quote, Africa is a paradox which illustrates and highlights neocolonialism. Her earth is rich, yet the products that come from above and below the soil continue to enrich not Africans predominantly, but groups and individuals who operate to Africa impoverishment. Thank you, Chairperson.
UDM.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Speaker. I would also like to thank Honorable Mwango for serving our country, for the years he spent serving our country with distinction. Sir, we are greatly indebted to you. Thank you very much. Well, when it comes to this Africa Day debate, colleagues, I think there's an important question that we must pose. Firstly, it is a sad irony for us Africans that what is happening to us is exactly what Mike and the Mechanics described in one of his songs, that were beggars while sitting on a beach of gold. A major contributing factor has to do, obviously, with the fact that a lot of African countries have adopted misguided policies, economic policies. If you look at the recent report of the International Monetary Fund, it tells you exactly that growth in Africa last year was 1.4%. And a major contributing factor to those challenges and those issues has to do mainly with the poor performance of some of the leading economies in Africa. Firstly, Nigeria, which is in recession. And it is in recession particularly because it chose a wrong mix of policies and also struggles with its fair share of bad leadership. Look at South Africa, for an example. We're in recession now, and issues have to do primarily with corruption and the mismanagement of the economy. That we cannot shy away from. Now, the fact of the matter is, when we talk about Africa's development as the two largest economies, what we must consider is the responsibility that our leadership role places on our shoulders. If we fail as the two economies, we fail with the rest of the continent. The other issue that as Africans we must ask, sit down and pose a very important question, is when it comes to the poor leadership and some of the countries that have hardened into autocracy, such as the Democratic Republic of Congo, for an example, such as countries such as Burundi, and many others. What are we doing? Are we doing enough, firstly, at a regional level, and secondly, at a continental level, to try and intervene to address those issues? We are not doing enough. If you consider properly that at the time when the Summit Conference of the African Heads of States took place in 1963, where Haile Selassie said, we remain persuaded that in our efforts to scatter the clouds which rim the horizon of our future, success must come if only because failure is unthinkable. We have to make a similar clarion call to say that we have to try and tackle the challenges that face Africa with the same vigor. The other problem that faces us is that look at the issue that faces Zambia at the present moment with Hichilema. I read in the Lusaka Times yesterday that he even says that he's prepared to die for what he believes in, if that is what these political opponents want. But the question is, what is he going to die for? And why are African leaders silent on the issues that face the African continent? We should stand up and actually raise our voices and condemn them and say this is not the direction that we want to take, whether you talk about implementing Vision 2063 or any other visions that we come up with and fail to implement when we need to do so. Siyakob, Bayambi Africa. God bless Africa. I thank you so much.
Honorable Mulder.
Honourable Chairperson, allow me to also extend our best wishes to our colleague Albert Mwangu. It's true that our colleague served in Parliament since 1994, and he was always a colleague that you should take seriously because his arguments were always sound and he always made good inputs in debates. I understand that his favourite quote is the following. His favorite quote, I understand, is the only source of knowledge is experience. Now, how do you get experience? How do you get 23 years of experience in Parliament? By serving in Parliament for 23 years. So we wish our colleague everything of the best, and we hope that his future will be bright, and where he's going to serve, that it will be also to the benefit of the people he serves. Chairperson, today we are debating Africa Day, which is the 25th of May, and the topic of our debate is building a better Africa and a better world. Now I want to say to my other colleague, the Honourable Kwankwa, our Honourable colleague Kwankwa from the UDM has just made a very good speech. And I hope that colleagues listen, because I think what he said was the essence of what we need to say to one another. We've had too many debates about talking about the past, about talking about this was decided at this convention, that was decided at that symposium, or whatever the case may be. When are we going to start talking about the future of our continent? It's one thing to always talk about the past this and the past that, but it's time that we stop talking and start doing things in terms of developing our continent in Africa. There are various reasons that our continent is not performing, and I can't think for 1 minute that there's a single member in this House who do not want to see our country, never mind our country, but our continent not to succeed. Ons wil almal dit graag hê. Ons wil graag hê ons kontinent moet kompeteer met die res van die wêreld. Ons moet suksesvol wees. En dan is ons baie gou om te sê, maar Afrika moet verenig. Miskien moet ons minder tyd spandeer om Afrika verenig te kry en te begin by ons eie huis, ons eie land, en te kyk of ons hier 'n sukses van kan maak. As elke land dit basies gaan doen, dan sal ons by 'n suksesvolle uitkoms kom wat dit betref. Het is baie goed om te praat van pan-Afrikanisme, politieke, kulturele, sosiale, ekonomiese ontwikkeling en solidariteit. Dit is reg, dit is goed. Maar dit begin by die basiese goeders in terme van ekonomiese groei. Dit is pynlik om te sien dat Suid-Afrika besig is om te gly. Dit is pynlik om te sien dat Egipte by ons verbygaan. Dit is pynlik om te sien dat Nigerië by ons verbygaan. Kom ons kry ons eie huis in orde. Kom ons maak 'n sukses van Suid-Afrika en dan kan ons ons rol speel in die res van Afrika in die voorbeeldbasis stel. Aan die einde van die dag gaan dit oor leierskap. Dit gaan oor leiers wat bereid is om op te staan vir wat reg is. Om op te staan teen korrupsie, wanbesteding en 'n voorbeeld te stel, en Suid-Afrika het 'n groot pad om te gaan wat dit betref. Vryheidsfront Plus is trots om te deel te wees van Afrika Dag en die viering daarvan. Baie dankie.
Cope. Madisha.
Thank you. As some of us know, the theme for Africa Day this year was the year of O.R. Tambo, building a better Africa and better world. South Africa is this year also reaffirming its support for the African Union's Agenda 2063, committing the country to playing its role within the AU to ensure the successful implementation of the vision and plan to build a better Africa. Amongst the AU aspirations for 2063 are a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law, a peaceful and secure Africa, and Africa with a strong value and ethics. Now the question is, South Africa, are we going to contribute to Agenda 2063 when we now face a full-blown recession, junk status, economic growth, destroying policies, chronic unemployment, and ballooning inequality, and as a consequence, unsustainable development? When instead of attracting investment and creating growth and employment, we are intent on creating an unsustainable government-dependent populace. When we have moved from being the champions and model of good governance on the continent, to being an example of poor and rotten governance with rampant corruption and now a captured state by foreigners, of course. When our government and ruling party regularly attack the judiciary and disregard the rule of law, when we have moved away from our human rights approach to foreign and continental affairs, to supporting tyrants wanted by the ICC, when it appears that we may well have intervened in conflicts on the continent for corrupt and enrichment ends, when we have shifted from being the continental leaders in good values and ethics to being a pariah state. We don't think we're doing well, and something has got to be done. Thank you very much.
ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP believes that there are three important things that government must do before our nation can start building a better Africa and a better world. Firstly, safety and security, order and discipline must be restored in our country. Crime is out of proportion and criminals appear to be in charge in certain areas. Since the beginning of this year, a shocking number of women and children have been killed in our country. A new evil has developed where women are raped, killed, and set alight. According to the South African Medical Research Council, every 8 hours, a woman is killed by an intimate partner. This is totally unacceptable. Secondly, corruption that has become endemic in our society must be eradicated. The looting of state resources must stop, and the current Zuma administration, President Zuma administration, must be replaced by an administration that cares for the poorest of the poor, and an administration that will ensure that jobs are created and that the economy grows. Deputy Speaker, we cannot build a better Africa and a better world when our unemployment rate is sitting at more than 28% and lawlessness and corruption are at an all-time high. Corruption is destroying South Africa's economy, employment opportunities, and investor confidence. It must be dealt with before we can start dreaming about building a better Africa. Thirdly, South Africans must be willing to learn from successful nations such as Singapore that managed to progress from being a third world country to a first world country in the space of only 35 years. Led by their Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, who was in office from 1959 to 1990, Singapore was transformed from one of the poorest countries in the world in the 1990s to being among the most advanced today. Key elements that enabled their transformation included the rule of law, efficient government structures, the continuous fight against corruption, and overall stability. Unfortunately, our country is lacking in all these four. Until South Africa gets a leader that is committed to social cohesion and non-racialism, this House will forever dream about building a better Africa. The ACDP believes that if we learn and apply the lessons of Singapore, then we will see a repeat of what is recorded in Genesis 41:57, where it says, "And all the world came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe everywhere." Imagine the whole world coming to Africa for sustenance because of all the mineral wealth that we have. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP plans to apply the lessons of Singapore and to help restore Africa to a former glory where she once again becomes the breadbasket of the world. A few weeks ago, a Zimbabwean showed me an article that appeared in the Herald newspaper. It said that 50 years ago, Rhodesia, Zimbabwe today, used to send foreign aid to the UK. The question is, can Africa do that again? Send foreign aid to Europe? I believe it can be done. And lastly, the ACDP wishes Honorable Mkango future success and thank him for the 23 years of distinguished service in this House. And we wish him well.
Thank you. Honorable Coleman, ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me also join the House in bidding farewell to Honorable Mwango and wish you well in your future endeavors. I also don't know who you are. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we discuss all matters Africa, we raise our fists in salute and bow our heads in grief at the loss of yet another gallant son of the soil, one of the revered fathers of our struggle, Herman Antimba Toivo ya Toivo. There are no better ways to describe the man than the words echoed by the African National Congress in its recent statement on his passing, calling him a loyal friend of the South African people, a freedom fighter, hero and icon of Namibia's struggle for self-determination. Every time we lose a member of that golden generation, the conscientious call for us to exert more efforts in the struggle for the total emancipation of our people grows even louder. It's a call we must respond to, sparing neither effort nor strength in dealing with the hurdles before us. The ANC believes South Africa's prosperity is linked and coexists with the consolidation of the African agenda, addressing inequalities between the poor and the wealthy countries with increasing poverty and the marginalization of millions of people, the globalization of terrorism, unilateralism and militarism of major powers. Our strategic approach as the ANC is to achieve an international order with greater security, peace, dialogue, and equity between countries. We are guided by the principles of a better life for all and a vision of a just and equitable world and a better Africa. The applicability of our values in parts of Africa and the world has projected South Africa as a beacon of hope for the rest of Africa and the developing world. At the 50th anniversary of the African Union in 2013, African leaders declared that our continent commits to accelerate Africa's infrastructural development, to link African peoples, countries, and economies, and to help drive social, cultural, and economic development. In this regard, the leaders committed themselves to meet strategic targets in transport, ICT, energy, and other social infrastructure by committing national, regional, and continental resources to this effort. Agenda 2063 of the African Union sets out the aspirations of African people. These include a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children, and Africa as a strong, united, and influential global player and partner. As we mark Africa Day in 2017, we need to review the progress we have made as Africans in the area of economic development. The challenge of meeting the 8 Millennium Development Goals depended on the economically developed nations fulfilling their obligations. None of the MDGs were achieved by the developing nations, and in particular the Sub-Saharan Africa by 2015, primarily because rich nations failed to honor their commitments to MDGs, such as cancellation of debt in the highly indebted and economically poor countries, the implementation of aid programs, and making available 0.7% of their GDP to poor countries. They have continued to subsidize their own agricultural output, knowing fully well the implications for developing countries. And they've placed stumbling blocks to an agreement on a free, fair, just, and sustainable trade regime. Honorable Deputy Speaker, infrastructure development links the peoples of the continent as well as her countries and economies in ways that advance the integration of Africa and promotes regional economic integration, but also strengthens our solidarity. It builds mutually beneficial infrastructure that strengthens the ability of countries to trade and establish regional value chains for increased competitiveness. Given low levels of intra-regional economic exchange and the smallest share of global trade, Africa remains the least integrated continent in the world. Infrastructure inefficiencies are costing Africa billions of dollars annually and are stunting growth. Bridging this gap can only be achieved through regional and continental cooperation and solution finding, of which we are busy with. In spite of these challenges, African countries have collaborated successfully to build major infrastructure projects, among them, which are the major big projects. We talk of Inget 3 hydropower project in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Lesotho hydropower phase 2, and sorry about that. The ANC believes that the program of integrating African economies is best served by the ongoing work to integrate our regional economics under programs such as the Regional Economic Integration Communities, creating alternative trading blocs, increasing intertrade amongst countries in the South, and developing initiatives such as the BRICS. These initiatives are supported by the AU's and REC's measures to boost market access and intra-African trade. During the commodity boom period, when extractive industries enjoyed huge profits, African states could not take advantage of the boom because of the poor state of the institutional governance systems. Changing policy and the regulatory environment takes much longer than a change in markets. It has taken nearly a decade for developing countries to realize this policy gap and begin to discuss ways of correcting this. Even though the dramatic political upheavals unfolding in many African states create new uncertainties about the future of multilateral cooperation, there's hope that through the building of strong institutions, these conflicts can be mitigated. Africa's natural endowments are often a source of these conflicts, which in turn are also funded by foreign powers seeking to extract maximum benefits from both resources and situations. Arbitrary internal divisions imposed on us by our history of colonialism have left us relatively more isolated, both from each other and the world as a whole. To overcome that legacy, first, to liberate ourselves from foreign domination, and then to set our people on a path to dignity and prosperity. By all accounts, Africa's economic growth and performance this past decade has been exceptionally strong, even in the midst of widespread global economic crisis and recession. The growth, however, has not resulted in significant and commensurate declines in poverty levels, nor has it been rich in jobs. In a large measure, the growth has not also been sufficiently inclusive. Low intra-Africa trade, limited integration, and infrastructure connectedness are additional obstacles to boosting the global competitiveness of African economies and contributing to the elimination of poverty. We need to work to promote policies and programs for inclusive growth and job creation, and accelerate progress towards achievements of the MDGs or SDGs. The AU actually has committed to support programs that are designed to help member states adopt policies on inclusive growth, for those who do not know. The body is also working towards accelerating progress towards the establishment of a continental free trade area, harmonization of monetary policies, and other standards. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, as the African idiom says, sugar cane is sweetest in its joint, simply meaning good and sweet things of life may appear difficult to achieve, but in the end, it is worth it. So, Honorable Shivambo, you must know that, keep quiet. To get lost is to learn the way. So, for you, you need to go and understand that proverb. I thank you.
Honorable Gallo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The son of the soil, Robert Sobukwe, has written extensively on building a better Africa and a better world for global peace and harmony. He has been neatly articulate on the subject. He stated that, as I quote, "Besides the sense of a common historical fate that we share with the other countries of Africa, it is imperative for purely practical reasons that the whole of Africa be united into a single unit, centrally controlled. Only in that way can we solve the immense problems that face the continent." African descendants have never renounced the idea of crafting African solutions to African problems. We owe it to our founding forebears to deepen regional integration in the continent, to harness our coexistence as a people, and to form a global pact geared towards advancing the competitive environment to which we trade as global partners. The African Peer Review reminds us that Africa, using its requisite natural resources and intellectual prowess, can manifest a sense of renewed hope for its people. Patriotic vanity is never enough, Deputy Speaker. We need men and women who are champions of justice, morality, and fairness. Global peace can only advance if vanguard movements jealously guard against the depletion of state coffers and the abuse of Africa's natural resources to advance personal cults and interests. African states cannot simply prosper on this basis. We will regress progressively towards the downward spiral. Deputy Speaker, the unity of Africa and the global world is prefigured on the understanding that, in our view, the ownership of the means of production should vest under the curatorship of the indigenous people of Africa. It is the people who tilled the soil, who built the bridges, who mines the platinum. It should follow that their control of the means of production will harness the state capacity to provide services to the poor. The African traditional leaders have proven time and again that their contribution to humanity has tended to calibrate the values of interdependence, social cohesion, Ubuntu, and all those salient principles that advance the global peace and accord. We often take for granted that Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and many others were...
Honorable Tlowama.
Honorable members, Honorable Ngwango, we wish you well, true patriot. I might speak like a lover who just got a surprise engagement. You have served South Africa well. You have served IFP well. You deserve the best in your future engagements. Honorable members, today I want to remind you how Patrice Lumumba was killed. And one of his killer's daughter still holds his teeth as an inheritance and pet of amusement. So much sacrifice, but Joseph Kabila and his killers have hijacked the fruits of independence. Congo is now a killing field. The remains of the Herero people still grace the German museums and universities as part of their historical expedition and conquest. The modern Germany still refuses to compensate or participate meaningfully in rebuilding Namibia. I want to say, rest in peace, Ndate Toivo ya Toivo. Honorable members, here in South Africa, we are still living under the bad spell of Cecil John Rhodes, the founder of economic cartels with Rothschild. We can still trace the arrogance of Paul Kruger from his descendants. and our kings and queens were slaughtered under their skewed land grabs and expansion. Things still remain the same. They own the economy, the best part of our country, and communal lands. Black people are still the ones who still wake up in the morning to work for their masters in the cities. It is very difficult for us to celebrate, to even think that Africa moves forward. Those who oppressed us have not repented. They have never asked for sincere apology. We just offered forgiveness and convince ourselves they will change. Honorable members, Africa Day should not be like a relic to be worn once a year. We need to ask ourselves whether Africa is fully independent from the chain of the past. Can we celebrate Africa when all means of production are still in the hands of the few? Or do we celebrate few black bourgeoisie added around the table of former oppressors? Can we define our future, our destiny without the interference of the West? We need to ask ourselves which way this continent has progressed. Or is it the world of slavery redone in the fashion of the day? We have inherited
Honorable
misery,
Lowama,
false solutions
your time has
guided by
expired,
dark
sir.
intellectuals of the past. I thank you.
Honorable Kaylan.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and myself, I would like to bid farewell to the Honourable Mwango and wish you all the best, sir, in the next chapter in your life. Your courteous and cheerful manner is something that I will always remember you by. Go well. Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in his recent lecture entitled Decolonize the Mind, Secure the Base, used the analogy of the home to explain the idea of securing the base. He says one should treat one's home as a base, and it is from this base that one meets with the heads of other households. Usually, the head of the household fights tooth and nail to protect their assets. The same should happen in the continent of Africa. Do we see it as a home or a place from which we can come to steal? He says many of Africa's leaders have come to view their homes as hunting grounds from which they can steal. He says African leaders go a step further. They invite outsiders to plunder their homes. They invite the robbers in and then allow the robbers to dictate how to run their country. Thiong'o says African leaders are taking money from their own to build or buy mansions in Brazil and Dubai. In South Africa, we call it state capture. The two main actions, or two main consequences of such actions is poverty, dire poverty resulting in the exit of masses to find a better life in another country, and the illicit flow of finances. In 2016, 2,500 Africans were either swallowed by the sea or abandoned in the desert. Why? Why did they leave their country to pursue a better life? Because they believed that there is no hope at home. Illicit financial flows from Africa are large and increasing. Africa is a net creditor to the rest of the world, but the continent is losing more than $50 billion annually through illicit financial flows. The AU high-level panel on illicit financial flows, led by the former President Thabo Mbeki, confirmed that corruption drains billions of dollars from Africa, money that could be used to create jobs and create better living conditions. And the way it's done by the large multinational corporations in such deceitful ways that it is so difficult to catch them. Usually it's commercial tax evasion, trade misinvoicing, abusive transfer pricing, and criminal activities like human trafficking, illegal arms dealing, and smuggling of contraband. Unique to South Africa, or perhaps not unique to South Africa, is also bribery and corruption of government officials. Former US President Barack Obama addressed the AU in 2015 and remarked that Africa does not need strong men, but it needs strong institutions. Now, the AU and its predecessor is founded on the ideals of African unity, anchored in the values of respect, tolerance, and solidarity. Lofty ideals indeed. But the unfortunate reality is that Africa today is ill-prepared to adequately respond to current events because the AU still has to be made fit for purpose. This is one of the many findings of the Kagame report, which was tasked to look at the restructuring of the AU. The chronic failure by Africa to see through and implement AU decisions is giving truth to the perception that the AU is really a toothless body. The AU has adopted more than 1,500 resolutions, but there is no way of monitoring implementation. South Africa is also guilty of non-compliance. The overdependence of AU on partner funding means that partners dictate how the AU behaves, and that is why there's such a deviation from its lofty ideals. The AU stands by idly when African leaders extend their presidential term limits, even when they are well past their sell-by dates. Some African leaders seem to believe that they have a monopoly and wisdom on leadership, and therefore deem themselves to be presidents for life and use brutality and force to sustain their longevity in power. Some cases in support of my point: Zimbabwe has a 93-year-old Sleepy Joe president who has been in power for 35 years and still wants to run for another term. The president of Equatorial Guinea has been in power for 36 years. The president of Angola has been in power for 36 years. The president of Sudan, a wanted ICC criminal, has been in power for 26 years. Do you think the citizens of these countries are celebrating Africa Day? We have also observed the creeping in of authoritarian tendencies next door in Zambia. South Africa's silence on what is happening in Zambia is deafening. The AU has allowed Morocco back into the AU without measures in place to ensure compliance with any of the AU instruments. While South Africa did not support the readmission, 36 countries under the leadership of Nkosazana Zuma did. And her legacy will be that she will be remembered for the unchecked colonization and continued oppression of the rights of the people of Western Sahara. The people of Gambia and ECOWAS must be commended for showing leadership in the face of a potential bloodbath after their recent elections. The Kagame report has a very strong conclusion that the AU stands at yet another crossroad in history. It can carry on down the same road or change direction to become more relevant.
Honourable
It
Member,
suggests that it's
your
time to
is
change
now
direction,
expired.
and hopefully the new AU chair will turn the AU into a more credible institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Masango.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, honourable members and distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. The heads of state and government in their summit held in Kigali on the 29th January this year masterfully noted that, I quote, "Continuing to defer necessary reforms to the future is an implicit decision to do nothing. It means giving up on ourselves and our people,
tolerating our conditions as inevitable, and accepting Africa's subordinate place in the community of nations as natural, unquote. Our members, it is indeed instructive to note that amongst the seminal decisions taken by the summit was, amongst others, the realignment of the African Union institutions to deliver against its priorities, the self-financing of the AU by the African states because foreign donations undermine Africa's national sovereignty, and a faster implementation of decisions and programs. And of course, lastly, the creation of the African Volunteer Corps. Fellow South Africans, I cannot agree more with Professor Thandika Mkandawire when he urges the continent to train its own professional cadres, Afrocrats. He argues that Afrocrats must understand the vision of their political principles and thus be passionate in implementing such a vision and its programs within the AU, the Pan-African Parliament, and then their national government. Honorable members, former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, and co-authors Making Africa Work, a handbook for economic success, not only highlights some of our current weaknesses, but also cautions us that by 2050, Africa's youth could be a whopping 450 million. Thus, honing their skills, expertise, and employability is an urgent task. Sihlalo nendlu yesibethamthetho. Gazi kuyathuwisa. Kumambala ukutsheja bonyana lapha eAfrika ilizwe leWestern Sahara nabantu bakhona basesengaphasi kwegandelelo leMorocco. Njengathi ngaphambi kuka-1994 basathagiswa, basamanywa, bayadusulwa, begodi babotshwa nabangongoyilako. Sithi-ke i-African Union namazwe womhlaba wonke akaragele phambili ngomzabalazo wokuchaphulula iWestern Sahara ngoba kuyindaba yobuholi bonke eAfrika. And yet the DA is conspicuous by its silence to this excruciating colonial yoke of oppression by Morocco in Western Sahara. And it equally equivocates about human rights violations in Palestine. Their silence was deafening on the recent mass hunger strike by the hashtag political prisoners of Palestine. 1,300 of them embarked on a hunger strike. Only the members from this side of the House actually took to 2 days of fasting and issued statement. Nothing from the DA. No condemnation of Israel whatsoever. Fellow compatriots, the OAU established 1963, the AU established 2002, and aspirations embodied in the African Agenda 2063 are a quintessential fulfillment of the vision of Kwame Nkrumah, Namdi Azikiwe, Jomo Kenyatta, Pixley, Ka Isaka Seme, O.R. Tambo, and many others in the diaspora. Nkrumah noted, I quote, "We all want a united Africa, not only in our concept of what unity connotes, but united in our common desire to move forward together in dealing with all the problems that can best be solved only on a continental basis," unquote. Fellow Africans, thus shall we make bold our unassailable assertion that South Africa is proud to have deployed its leadership in brokering peace, deployed peacekeeping forces, and continues to participate in periodic election observation missions in the continent. By the way, peace is indeed a conditio sine qua non for development. The objective of silencing the guns by 2020 continues apace. On our members, the Africa we want through Agenda 2063 behoves us to maintain the current diplomatic footprint of 124 missions, 47 of which are in Africa, because it is in our best national interest. As a nation, we don't want to be a passive political passenger on the global stage whilst human civilization evolves. Africa stands firm in its resolve for the realization of a caring, a humane, and a just world order. Thus, the demand for the democratization, representativity in the United Nations Security Council, and other multilateral global governance institutions remains in strategic sight. We cannot allow few nations to wallow in opulence whilst Africa drowns in abject poverty, as correctly observed by Walter Rodney in his 1972 treatise. I quote the name of the book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Honorable Kadian, buy and read this book. Sihlalo, ngo-2017, we must revive discussions about Pan-Africanism and what it truly represents. We must reappropriate our common history, our identity, our films and literature, our oneness in diversity, our values of Ubuntu, and avoid all trappings of foreign enculturation. In our various jurisdictions, we need to rekindle our national consciousness through our national anthems and the singing of the AU anthem to reassert our common destiny. We therefore applaud the initiative taken by the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conservation, for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg for bringing together this weekend, Fridays, Saturday, Sunday, academics, historians, economists, philosophers, and social scientists to commemorate Africa Day, June 16, and to contribute to the decolonization of the academic curriculum so that it can truly reflect the African context. Honourable members, colonialism, slavery, and apartheid undoubtedly inflicted unyielding scars on the socio-economic landscape of the continent. It is thus disheartening and an insult to the memory of the founders of the OAU, the AU, and the memory of Steve Biko, Nelson Mandela, George Padmore, Robert Sebuga, Frantz Fanon, Maya Angelou, and many others involved in the crucible of struggle against colonialism. To hear Zille, a beneficiary of our freedom, who has zigzagged Mandela's reconciliation into a zilch by extolling colonialism, slavery, and apartheid. And of course, it is quite clear that the DA has been historically asleep, or at least selectively asleep. It has no sense of what was said in 1906, in 1945 in Manchester, in 1955 in Bandung, in 1963 in Addis Ababa, in 2002 in Durban. It behaves as a party which is not in the African continent, populated and leading Africans. It sees Africa as somewhere there, that the ANC and others shall tell them, it doesn't see itself as a party that must do with them. It is for this reason that the DA has forgiven Helen for saying what he has said. So the DA must tell the South Africans whether it is a Dom Alliance, and if it is not, then it must expel Zille, finish, and Tar. Because it is clear that Helen Zille does the thinking, and Maimane does the listening, and he must be told what to say, how to say it, what to think, and when to think. Hy moet altyd luister as die groot ma praat. Of course, the question is also, the DA is an opposition. What are they opposing? Why are they opposing us? We must transform this country from apartheid to its democratic future. We must build the economy. It says it is an opposition. What are they opposing? Why are they opposing the PEE? Why are they against the country moving away from poverty?
Order, honorable members.
They want the status quo to remain. Quite clearly, the DA is a party of the past, and it cannot be given the right to lead this country in 2019.
Order, honorable members.
One of the things that the DA would do if the leadership of the African continent were to do, to demand that there must be reparations for slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. They would be the first ones to be against the African continent. Not anti-African. They have the Africans, but they have the Africans they want. The Africans who must think the way they want them to think. who must be named the way they want. A Giel boy, a Swart boy, a Courtman, or whoever. They want the kind of Africans who think like that. They are against the fact that we have 47 missions in the African continent. What is wrong with that? Because as an African country, our first port of call is to be part of the African continent and develop and evolve with them. Members, this side of the house are not showing a finger at the leadership of the Africans. They have been with them in the International Socialist League, in the non-aligned movement, in the African Liberation Committee, and many multilateral fora. We together think and bring the collective genius of the African people about the Africa we want. That's what these better aims this side, and of course, Groenewald and Nini hands-uppers. Ni or hands-uppers who are working with them in PE, in Johannesburg, and in Swane. In terms of your history, I'm sure you know who the hands-uppers are.
House Chair.
And of course...
Honorable Masango, will you just take your seat, please?
House Chair.
Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
Yeah, I rise. How many minutes does the member still have?
Honorable, take your seat. You are irrelevant, Honorable Member. Continue, Honorable Masango.
I wish on behalf of the ANC and on behalf of the committee...
Honorable Masango, will you take your seat, please?
To congratulate...
Honorable Masango, will you take your seat, please? Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise to ask the member a question, if you would like to take a question.
Will you take a question, Honorable Member?
As to why is it crying?
No, Honorable Member, he has not agreed to take a question yet. Honorable Masango, are you prepared to take a question? No, Honorable Member.
Why are you crying for our votes?
No, Honorable Member.
You are coward.
Honorable Member, take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Masango, will you please conclude?
Ngiyathokoza House Chair. Bengithi ngijoyina bonke abakhulumile lapha ukuhalalisela ubaba wethu lapha Mpangazitha Mahlobo. Hayi ke nami ke ngithi njengoba nami ngiyahlangana nawe lapha ku committee yezobudlelwano zangaphandle. Sebenze kahle ndoda yakithi, uyisebenzele South Africa, uyisebenzele uhulumeni wedemocracy. Kuhle lokho okwenzile ukwenze selflessly. Uma kuthi ke ubaba umncwango sekayokwenza okunye cha sithi unwele olude Mahlobo Mpangazitha sizoba nawe nje usibongele emndenini wakho ukuthi
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time has now expired.
Sisebenze kahle kangaka siyabonga.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Order. Honorable members, we now come to motions without notice, and I want to remind honorable members that motions without notice should not exceed 1.5 minutes. Order. And we will enforce this. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress move without notice that the House welcomes the appointment of Justice Ray Zondo as Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa by President Jacob Zuma on Wednesday, the 7th of June, 2017. Notes that Judge Zondo fills the position that became vacant as a result of retirement from active service of Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke. Understands that prior to being appointed as a judge, he practiced for many years as a human rights and labor lawyer, having begun his career as an article clerk under the late Mrs. Victoria Mxenge. Further understand that Justice Zondo also served as on several commissions and committees, including the Goldstone Commission of Inquiry regarding the prevention of violence and intimidation, as well as the Ministerial Task Team, which was established in 1994 to draft the Labor Relations Bill for post-apartheid South Africa. Recalls that Justice Zondo was appointed as a judge of the Labor Court in November 1997. In 1998, he was appointed as a judge of the then Transvaal Provincial Division of the High Court, and in 2000 was appointed as Judge President of the Labour Court and the Labour Appeals Court for a period of 10 years. Further
Honourable
recalls...
Member, your time is now expired. Honourable Members, I now put the motion. If there are no objections, any objections? No objections, agreed to. The DA?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with great sadness the fires that tore through the towns of Knysna and Plettenberg Bay in the Western Cape last week, leaving in its wake a devastation in its path. Also notes that the fires were fanned by a devastating storm that tore through the Cape Peninsula on Wednesday. Further notes that 9 people have lost their lives in the storm and as a result of these fires. Acknowledges that the fires were eventually brought under control as a result of the immense sacrifices and hard work of firefighters and volunteers from around the country. Also acknowledges the immeasurable role of the Western Cape Disaster Management Units working on fire, the Volunteer Wildlife Services, the Western Cape Government and municipalities of Bitu, George and Knysna, who worked tirelessly to save lives and repair damages. Further acknowledges the role of civil society, non-profit organizations, private companies, and generous South Africans who came together to provide much-needed shelter and food to the thousands of residents who have been displaced. Conveys our sincere condolences to the families and friends of the victims of the fire. I thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The EFF?
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House note with sadness the passing of the struggling icon and a former Robben Island prisoner, Andimba Toivo Yatovo. Further notes the important role Yatovo played in the founding of the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO. Acknowledge Yatovo's genuine commitment to the people of Namibia and his struggle against the illegal occupation of Namibia by apartheid South Africa. Acknowledge that for his participation in the struggle, Yatovo was sentenced to 20 years of Robben Island. Notes that despite his imprisonment, Yatovo remained resolute in his commitment to a free and independent Namibia. Further note that the young people of today must take courage and learn from the words of Yatovo that only when we are granted our independence, economic independence, will the struggle stop. Acknowledge that we must learn and emulate the selflessness demonstrated by the struggling icon Yatovo. Call on Parliament to send their condolences and pay respect to the family of Andiba Toyo Yatovo and the people of Namibia. I so move.
Honourable Members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC?
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes Bafana Bafana's victory over the nemesis Nigeria in an African Nations Cup qualifying match at Aqua Ibon Stadium on Saturday, 10 June. Recalls that goals from Tokoelo, Ranti, and Pesita ended Bafana their first ever competitive win against the Super Eagles, as they began the 2019 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers with 3 points. Realizes that it is the way the victory was achieved which has been so emotional. The long trip to West Africa, the short preparation period, and completely destroying the home favorites in their own backyard. Remembers that it took Bafana Bafana 24 years to break their unlucky streak against the Super Eagles in an official match, and congratulates the coach Stuart Bagda and Bafana's current crop of players for making history and wishing them well in their next encounter against Cape Verde in a FIFA World Cup qualifier. We so move.
Honourable Members, I now put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The IFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the IFP, I hereby move without notice that the House congratulates Bongmusa Mthembu, who won the 2017 Comrades Marathon that took place on Sunday, 4th June 2017. Notes that Mthembu was born and raised in Bulwer, just outside Pietermaritzburg, has won this race for the second time, the first being in 2014, and that he is one of only 2 South Africans to have ever won this race twice. Acknowledges that this champion crossed the Comrades Marathon finish line just before 11 a.m., completing the challenging 86.73 kilometer race from Durban to Pietermaritzburg in a time of 5 hours, 35 minutes and 34 seconds. Further acknowledges other participants who also took part and completed this challenging race, in particular our very own Honorable KP Sitola MP, who also completed the race in just under 9 hours and is not new to the Comrades Marathon, as he has competed in the race 6 times previously. Finally, commends the camaraderie displayed by the participants and all parties involved in making the race a success, and further lauds the attention this race still enjoys from international participation. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that South African geologist Ms. Chiama Lekhwale won top honors at the FameLab International 2017 contest last week, where more than 30 scientists from across the globe battled for the title of the FameLab champion in the world's biggest science communication competition. And further notes that Ms. Lekhwale is 27 years old and a geologist at Mintech, where she specializes in metallurgic research and probing methods to use wheat as a gold hyper accumulator, where wheat plants are used to harvest gold from mine dumps. And notes that the wheat to gold method research done by Ms. Lekhwale could represent a potential alternative to illegal mining in a sustainable manner and assist with the rehabilitation of old abandoned mines. And finally notes that Ms. Lekhwale's achievement is particularly relevant whilst we are celebrating the Youth Month, and that she is setting a shining example of our scholars. Wherefore, we call upon this honorable House to congratulate Ms. Lekhwale on her achievement and encourage young people, our young South African scholars, to follow the shining example set by Ms. Lekhwale and excel in science in innovative ways. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
The ANC moves without notice that the House extend its best wishes to the Muslim community as they observe the month of Ramadan, which started on May 27, 2017, and will finish on June 24, 2017. Further notes that Ramadan is the most sacred month on the Muslim calendar and marks the time when Islamic holy book, the Quran, was revealed. Understand that it is also a time of devotion and reflection when Muslims abstain from food and water from sunrise to sunset. Further understands that following Ramadan, Muslims will celebrate Eid, which is to be held on June 25th, 2017, marking the end of the Ramadan fasting and the start of the next month, Shawwal. Urges Muslims to use this opportunity of the blessed month that represent peace, unity, and compassion to once again renew their pursuit of peace and justice for all, and wishes all Muslims in South Africa well over the fast. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The UDM.
Sorry for the delay, Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes with sadness the passing on of a legend of our creative cultural industry, Mr. Washington Sikolo, popularly known for his role as Jwaka in Emzini Wezinsizwa. Further notes that Jwaka died of multiple illnesses on Sunday, the 4th of June, 2017, at the age of 83. Believing that Jwaka leaves behind a large legacy from which we can all learn, and that as a veteran actor, he enthralled his audience with fascinating stories. Acknowledge that Tata Sikolo was also a language advisor to some of the productions, including Generations, and that he acted in TV series Shaka Zulu as Bebe and Jackie Chan's Who Am I as a Zulu King. Further acknowledges that in 1983, he won a Tonight Acting Award in recognition of his excellence in acting. expresses its condolences with the members of the Sikolo family, the friends, and the creative cultural industry as a whole. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The FF Plus, the DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on the 8th of June 1976, at Naledi High School in Soweto, police vehicles were set alight after their attempt to arrest a learner, Enos Nguchani, who had written to the Department of Education in protest against the Bantu Education Act. Recalls that South African student movement leaders went underground to arrange with surrounding schools a meeting on the 13th of June, where the June 16th march was planned. Acknowledges that on that fateful day, students began marching from Naledi High School through Mafolo, Kladi, Jabalani, and other Soweto suburbs, arriving in Orlando West, where the shooting of Hector Peterson made international headlines, and requests that this House gives due recognition to the people and community of Naledi, arguably the birthplace of the 1976 student revolt, which unleashed an unstoppable movement, culminating in our first free democratic elections 18 years later. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The EFF.
House Chair, I move on behalf of the EFF without notice that the House note the discontent with which Parliament and government treats institutions that are supposed to support and strengthen our democracy. Note that this is even after the Constitutional Court has affirmed Chapter 9 institution powers and their binding recommendations. Acknowledge that since the release of the state capture report by the former public protector, Advocate Thulimba Donsela, 7 months ago, Parliament has failed to follow up on the findings or implement the recommendation by Advocate Thulimba Donsela. Note that all efforts of judicial review of the report by Jacob Zuma are simply a waste of taxpayers' money and mean to delay justice while the looting continues by the minister appointed by the Guptas. Acknowledge that with the new evidence that is now available, Parliament cannot afford to wait on other processes, but it must play its role to deal with state capture. Further acknowledge that all efforts to uncover state capture must be supported. This House must take serious exception to attempt to continue to undermine the state of capture report and remind us all to focus on implementing its recommendations and not give lip service to and undermine this important Chapter 9 institutions. I so move.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
We object,
There's an objection. Order, honourable members. There's an objection and the motion is thus not agreed to. The ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice.
Order, honourable members.
That the House knows that on Saturday, 10 June 2017, Springboks ended a losing streak when they beat France 37-14 during the International Rugby Union Test match at Loftus Versfeld Stadium in Pretoria, securing a pressure-relieving win for coach Alistair Coetzee. Remembers that South Africa scored 2 tries in a minute in the second half on the way to victory, regaining some pride after a disastrous previous campaign. Believes that this win will ease some of the grinding pressure on the coach and players, and congratulates the Springboks for playing a good game and wish them well in their second match with France in Durban next Saturday, 17 June 2017. I so move.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Order,
There's
Chair.
an objection.
Order, Chair.
Yes, who is rising on a point of order? Yes, honourable member.
Is it parliamentary for that honourable member to be standing while we are busy in this House? Thank you.
Order, honourable members. Let me deal with the motion. There's an objection and the motion is thus not agreed to. Honourable members, we are aware of the situation of the honourable member that underwent an extensive order. Order, honourable member. We are aware of the situation of the honourable member, and that's why we are allowing the honourable member to stand. She underwent an operation. Cope. Order. Cope.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Congress of the People moves without notice that the House notes that merely a week before June 16, 15 primary pupils were allegedly beaten up and kicked by members of the South African Police Service. Further notes that it is alleged that the principal of Mamamwani Primary School in Madide near Soshanguve invited the police to come and discipline the children because they weren't listening. Notes that 2 officers from Klipgat Police Station assaulted these children aged between 10 and 12 years of age. Further notes that one of the children is still hospitalized with broken ribs. Taking into consideration that the station commander have referred the case to IPIT for investigation, we call on the Department of Basic Education, SAPS and IPIT to investigate and leave no stone unturned. We so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ACDP.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
Chair, I think you should in fact ask that member to apologize to the Honorable Natasha. We should in fact commend her to being here at work and standing and working here. Some of the members go home and sleep.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable member, the matter has been dealt with. Order. Order. Order, honourable members. The ACDP. The ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the death of the presenter of the long-running wildlife show 50-50 on SABC2, Johan Botha, after he was shot during a robbery at a bar at the Maboneng precinct on Wednesday night, 7 June 2017, believes that according to the police, 4 people entered the bar, 3 men and a woman bought food and then pointed a gun at the owner. Believes that the owner was then shot as well as Johan Botha on the upper body and both died on the scene. Understand that Botha is a former producer, presenter and executive producer of the SABC's environmental program Project Artwolf. Further understands that by the time of his death, he was a producer on Mnet's Carte Blanche investigative magazine show. Believes that Mr. Botha had an enormous talent and a big heart, and his energy on camera and investigative journalistic insight made him a champion for the environment, and conveys his condolences to his family, colleagues, and friends. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The AIC.
I hereby move on behalf of the African Independent Congress that this House knows that the South African economy has since 2009 contracted severely, leading to technical recession. The Economic Cluster Ministry should weigh in this quagmire and introduce austerity measures in public spending. This cluster should engage with business across the spectrum to quell business anxiety and fears of political unrest. The cluster should assure all and sundry and the stakeholders in business, labor and NEDLEC that government is working tirelessly to inspire investor confidence in the state administration. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Agang. The ANC.
The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the death of 9 people following a storm which has ravaged the province of the Western Cape in the early hours of Wednesday, 7th June 2017 till Thursday afternoon. Further notes that scores of people were displaced and spent the night at community halls, churches, and alternative shelters, believes that hundreds of structures have been destroyed while more than thousands of people have been affected by water-logged homes. Understands that many trees were uprooted and roofs blown off, which resulted in several blocked roads and snapped power lines. Further understand that in the Hout Bay area alone, more than 700 structures have been affected by floods. Commends the NGOs, churches, and authorities who gave necessary support to those affected and conveys its condolences to the families of the deceased. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The APC, the PAC, the DA.
Achtbare spreker, ek stel hiermee namens die Demokratiese Alliansie voor dat hierdie huis sy leedwese betoon met die afsterwe van Pieter Georg Du Plessis en kennis te neem van 1 sy afsterwe na langsiekbed op 7 Junie 2017. Ook kennis te neem dat hy gedurende sy suksesvolle loopbaan heelwat literêre pryse ingepalm het vir sy uitstekende werke wat vandag steeds landwyd gewild is, waarvan die Nag van Legio sekerlik die mees bekendste literatuur was. Verder kennis neem dat hy onder meer ook die gesogte Hertzogprys verower het vir die meeste stuk Siener in die Suburbs. Onthou dat Du Plessis in skrywerskringe bekend was as 'n boerbare storieverteller en filmmaker. Ook die volgende woorde onthou wat by almal aanklank behoort te vind. Mens moet ook maar vrede maak met die kortheid van jou dae en jy moet die skoonheid van jou kortstondigheid aanvaar. 6. Erkenning gee vir die massiewe bydrae tot die skatkis van die Suid-Afrikaanse literatuur. 7. Ons innige meegevoel met sy familie en vriende deel en ons leedwese aan sy gesin oordra. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. If no objections, the motion is agreed to. The ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House joins the international community in strongly condemning the latest terrorist attack in the United Kingdom, which took place on the night of 3rd June 2017 in the city of London, claiming the lives of several people and leaving others injured. Understand that the attack in London occurs within a fortnight of one in Manchester, where many civilians, mainly youth and children, lost their lives. Understand that several people were killed in central London, where 3 attackers drove a van into pedestrians on London Bridge and launched a knife attack in Borough Market on Saturday, 3rd June 2017. Acknowledges that the attackers were shot dead by officers who arrived on the scene of the attack within 8 minutes. Believes that acts of violence and extremism have no place in society and constitute a threat to peace, security, and development, and extends its heartfelt condolences to the government and the people of the United Kingdom, in particular the families and loved ones of the deceased, and wishes those who were injured a speedy recovery. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, and the motion is agreed to. That concludes motions without notice. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Thank you, Chair. The ANC welcomed the decision by the South Gauteng High Court on Tuesday, the 6th of June 2017, to dismiss with cost the application for a summary judgment brought by Ms. Sihle Polani against the ANC. The court has dismissed this case of the public relation expert Sihle Polani, who claimed that the ANC owes her more than 1 million for the role she handed on the issues of Black Cops campaign targeted to the opposition parties. The ANC has consistently maintained that it has no relationship with Ms. Polani and it knows nothing about the Black Ops campaign. around the issues of local government election. The ANC has always, since its formal launch in 1912, relied and depended on the just basis of its policies and the superiority of the ideals of building a true, non-racial, united, non-sexist, democratic, and a prosperous society. And it has always used that to gain support of the people of South Africa. And it is committed to make sure that the people of South Africa get to be their own liberators. Together with the people of this country, we've recorded compelling achievement in the economy, improving the livelihood.
Honourable
and the
Member,
standard
your
of-
time is now expired. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance noted late last night the unsurprising resignation of Eskom Board Chair Ben Ngubane, hot on the heels of damning revelations of the capture of the Eskom leadership by the Guptas and the breakdown of the corporate governance at Eskom. Mr. Ngubane, who presided over the retrenchment, then retirement, then rehire of Brian Molefe as Eskom CEO, has much to answer for, not least of which includes Molefe's 30 million rand golden handshake deal and an avalanche of accusations that the Guptas have milked Eskom for many, many years. Let us not forget that this is the same man who chaired the SABC at the time that Hlaudi Motsoeneng was made acting CEO of the public broadcaster and defended him in this very institution unconditionally at all times. And Ngubane's resignation will not exonerate him from the liability of the breakdown of governance at the power utility, and the DA will use the parliamentary inquiry into Eskom, set to commence on the 21st of June, to hold Ngubane to account. As one by one, the pawns in the chess game that is state capture start to fall, the DA reiterates that South Africa is not for sale, not on our watch.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. On the 9th of June last week, Friday, the EFF CIC Julius Malema and EFF officials laid criminal charges against the Minister of Finance, Malusi Gigaba, and other people who were involved in the Transnet locomotives tender corruption. The EFF has all along warned South Africa about money that was moved by Mr. Zuma and other cabinet ministers to Dubai. Money that was looted from the state through corruption. All what we have been saying is now supported by hardcore evidence that is available for anyone to see. And we are not surprised that no cabinet minister has challenged the integrity of these emails. Minister of Finance was the instigator and implementer of the Gupta corruption at Transnet, and those who want to stand up on point of orders for a substantive motion must go to Johannesburg Central Police Station. They have a full docket there. Efforts to recapitalize Transnet were hijacked and thieves saw opportunity to loot, and prices were negotiated to include bribes and kickbacks instead of price going down. Transnet is paying for locomotives at a price that even developed countries are not paying because
Honourable
through
Member.
criminal organization regiments and trading
Honourable
companies.
Member, let me just take this point of order, please. Yes, Honourable Member.
Chair, I'm rising on Rule 85.
Yes.
Because the member is raising issues that needed to be substantiated.
Yes, Honourable Member, I've listened to your statement, which at one stage was according to the rules, but then it started making very specific accusations, and you referred to a case. However, although that is a matter that is still under investigation, it does require a substantiated motion in the House, so that if you feel that strongly about it, the House can look into it. So
No, the docket is
a
available,
substantive
Chair.
motion is thus required.
The docket is available as a substantive motion. We can give you copies. In fact, copies were already forwarded to you. I don't know why you haven't seen them. The police
let
must do
us
their
receive
jobs
it then,
and
Honourable Member.
investigate all this corruption, because there is also foreign companies involved. We have written
Honourable
to
Member, and your
Chinese,
time is
Canadian,
now
and American
expired.
embassies to refer to the respective law enforcement agencies.
Honourable Member,
You
your
must
time is
go
now
down.
expired. Order. The next statement is from the ANC.
Thank you,
Thank
Honourable
you,
Chair.
House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. The ANC welcomes the move by the Eastern Cape Human Settlements Provincial Department to give the go-ahead to all municipalities to relocate unoccupied houses to long-awaiting qualifying beneficiaries. This decision was taken when it has come to the fore that some municipalities are struggling to trace beneficiaries whose houses have been completed. As a result, such houses most of the time are vandalized and used by criminals for crime purposes. We support this move as long as that undertaking is done cautiously through a legal process of deregistration of approved beneficiaries who have not taken ownership of their completed government subsidy houses. The ANC is of the view that department must trace the missing beneficiaries of unoccupied government subsidy houses before undertaking the process of deregistration. This requires that the missing beneficiaries are traced through advertisements and are given a period of 21 days to respond before the deregistration process commences. The unoccupied houses also delay the transfer of issuing title deeds onto the correct beneficiaries. This year alone, the department plans to lodge, transfer, and issue 10,000 title deeds to the correct beneficiaries in line with the ANC's commitment to eliminate the backing
your
of
time
the
is
deeds.
now
I
expired.
thank you.
The IFP.
Chairperson, on Sunday, 2 foreign nationals were caught leaving South Africa with 5 million rand worth of rhino horn hidden in their luggage. That's the tip of the iceberg. This year alone, 477 rhinos have fallen to poachers. In KwaZulu-Natal, we lost 23 in just 12 days. Tragically, our anti-poaching victories in the Kruger National Park have simply relocated the battle. With our country still losing 3 rhinos a day, we dare not cut budgets and think we are winning. Within a few short years, there will be no rhino left unless government acts across the board. Treasury must count the cost to our country of illegal rhino horn trafficking. Tourism must count the future cost of lost revenue. Justice must create circuit courts in all districts where protected areas occur. Police must investigate the nefarious syndicates who are operating freely. Safety and security must refit our military with green berets to defend our natural heritage. Environmental affairs must study the pros and cons of dealing with existing stockpiles of legal horn. Communities living around protected areas must receive incentives and training to become partners in this fight. Chairperson, through Project Rhino KZN, 1 million youth are calling on us to stop the slaughter now. If we fail, their generation will never see a wild rhino. A year from now, our progress will be
Honourable
judged
Member, your
at the
time is
World
now
Youth
expired.
Wildlife Summit hosted by SANPA.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Where there's a smoke, Chair, there's fire. And we can assume that where there's a lot of smoke, there's a big fire. During the past few weeks, South Africa has come face to face with a flood of emails which starts to reveal the extent of the Gupta interference in the state affairs. These Gupta leaks make it difficult, Chair, to deny that our state has indeed been captured. Chairperson, this state capture has resulted in a shadow state governed from somewhere. It is a state that operates for the benefit of the few, using our executive as its political hitman. It is a state that preys on the greed of individuals in position of power and influence who want more, and a state that ruthlessly pursues the aim of looting the public coffers at the expense of the people. Under the rule of this shadow state, the economy of our country has been pillaged and wrecked. Our national integrity has been tainted. With every passing day, with all these things, our chances of economic recovery becomes less, and our chance of further rating downgrades is certainty. Our people will become poorer, and the connected few will become richer. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson. The African National Congress believes that the 10,000 rands fine imposed on the Sea Point DA Ward Councillor Shane Ramsey for her racist and anti-poor statement is a slap on the wrist. Ramsey pleaded guilty at the disciplinary committee of the DA for referring to homeless people as criminals, mentally retarded, and social outcasts. Shocking. Poverty can never make you stupid, like the DA believes. Poverty can never make you ridiculous, like the DA believes. Poverty can never make you unworthy, like the DA believes. Poverty should not make you an outcast, like the DA believes. Poverty for South Africans was never bought over the counter, but it is a direct outcome and consequence of the struggles that our people endured for years under the white apartheid regime that dehumanized and disenfranchised our people, that put the wealth of our country in the hands of whites for 300 years. The DA and its alliance partner, EFF, can continue to put spanners in the works, organize marches and riots, but we shall overcome. So says the ANC. As they lie to themselves that they have already won the elections 2019, when they have already lost 2014 elections. We want to send the clear message to the DA.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. The ACDP, the ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The African National Congress welcomes the newly established Human Settlement Bank, meant to assist as many as 3 million people in the gap market. The bank was officially launched in Cape Town on Friday, 19 May 2017, by Human Settlement Minister Lindiwe Sisulu. Among its purposes, the bank will facilitate faster access to home financing for the poor. It is understandable that the bank will take the form of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, which is a development finance bank. Public servants, including nurses, teachers, and soldiers, will benefit from the home loans from the bank. The gap market comprises people who earn too much to get RDP houses and too little to get mortgages for banks. The ANC believes that this bank will transform the property sector, which remained untransformed. We hope that the private sector will come on board and assist in the project, which is underpinned by a policy of undoing apartheid-era spatial divides and bringing the poor closer to economic centers. The bank will also provide finance to emerging blacks' entrance into property sector and will scale up delivery of the finance-linked individual subsidy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The DA.
Chairperson, Northwest Premier Supra Mwamapelo blamed, and I quote, white racists for the death of young Matumelo Mosweo. He said, and I quote, there is no confusion at whose hands did Matumelo lose his life. He referred to, quote, visitors who came empty-handed to South Africa. None of them came with sunflowers or cows here, unquote. Shortly after this, Northwest Province has seen an increase in farm attacks and murders, with 7 attacks in 1 month, 1 person murdered and another raped. Instead of calling for calm and solutions to unite the community, he abused the opportunity to lash and divide races at a time of immense volatility. The Democratic Alliance condemn all attacks and murders and call on political leaders to unite and not divide communities. I thank you.
The EFF.
Yesterday, we provided proof that Minister Malusi Gigaba unduly granted the Gupta family citizenship. This was after Mr. G. Hlachwayo, on behalf of the DG of the department, correctly denied the Guptas the citizenship, stating that they were not meeting the requirements within the Act. The application for naturalization was therefore unsuccessful as conveyed to the minister by the officials. On the 23rd of December 2005, in less than a few months ago, Minister Gigaba wrote to the Guptas granting them in terms of what he grants as naturalization. It is now beyond reasonable doubt that Minister Gigaba was brought back to Home Affairs to finalize this process, as it has been outstanding for a while. This is after he has done a mess at the Public Enterprise Department, appointing all the Gupta family and cronies in all strategic positions and boards within the state enterprises. The EFF has taken a decision to approach its lawyers to take the matter to court with a view to rescind and to correct the big mistake that has been done by Minister Kigaba.
Honourable
It is
Member,
clear
your
that he
time
works
has
for the
expired.
Punters. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC believe that education and skills are fundamental requirements for creating a prosperous society. As such, the ANC commends the Department of Science and Technology for handing over a new high-tech computer laboratory to Sikiti Sabathembu Primary in the poverty-stricken rural area village of Ilenge, Majuqule in Ladysmith, KwaZulu-Natal. A school that few years ago was just 2 shacks with no windows and doors. Today, school has dramatically changed from what it was to a brick school with a new high-tech computer laboratory. The school boasts a laboratory which is internet-enabled and equipped with 30 desktop computers, a multimedia printer, external hard drive, and a projector. Moreover, 9 laptops have been donated for the schools, 6 teachers, and 19 tablets for grade R learners to use. This development has opened up a new world of education for children at Sikita Sabathembu Primary School. The school children and community would not have to spend time and money traveling more than an hour to town to access and use a computer. Instead of traveling, learners will get to use computers every day at school. This initiative is the Department of Science and Technology's Youth into Science program.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Oh.
The AIC.
I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. As AIC, we call upon the intelligence, police, safety and security services of our country to look thoroughly in the issue of criminals. There should be a clear turnaround strategy in dealing with these unscrupulous satanic culprits, which are killing women and children almost every day. All the stakeholders in all municipalities should come together and assist the government in dealing with this scourge of murder and raping of our children and women. Every time you hear that children have been snatched from schools by these criminals and are never heard of again, only their dead bodies would be found. Basic education should also check and assist schools in drawing up the so-called school safety policies, and these should be implemented. The issue of interdepartmental relations becomes very much important in this regard. These devilish criminals are killing the future of our nation. Our youth should refrain from the use of drugs and other substances so that they don't become targets. It may sound, Chairperson, xenophobic, but most of these drugs are brought by these foreign nationals. Their skills are accepted, but the killing of children and women can never be allowed. We hope that as the government will win this fight...
Remember, your time has expired. The ANC.
I saw. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The life-saving facility at Reincarnating High-Tech Clinic. The ANC will always strive to ensure that South Africans have access to comprehensive quality health service, irrespective of their socio-economic status. The recent launch of 40 million rand state-of-the-art clinic by the Gauteng provincial government at Randfontein in Redress City local municipality is welcome and is commended. This clinic will serve residents from Brandflay, Elandsfontein, Low Marina, Helicon Park, Green Hill, and other areas in that region. It provides maternal and child health services and has life-saving facilities for emergency birth, provides treatment for chronic illnesses such as TB and HIV, has an outreach team that visits schools and goes to patient homes to ensure compliance with treatment for TB and HIV and other conditions. The clinic also offers the services for of specialists that include social workers, a dietitian, and a dentist. The clinic has the capacity required by the doctors, nurses, and specialists servicing the community. The ANC believes that this clinic will ensure the best care for local residents. ANC is of the view that the comprehensive health services should be made available as close to communities
Member,
as
your time has
possible.
expired.
I thank you, Chair.
The DA.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. While the recently passed DA-run Joburg Metro's pro-poor budgets allocated 31 million rand to its Metro Police departments for the recruitment of 1,500 new officers to increase police visibility, the ANC-run eThekwini Metro Police wasted 4 million rand to hire more than 50 top-end vehicles during a 6-month spending spree in 2016. While the DA-run Tshwane Metro has introduced an anti-hijacking unit and beefed up the anti-cable theft units within its Metro Police, and the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro has stabilized its Metro Police with the appointment of a new police chief and has already trained more than 100 new recruits since the DA took over, the supply chain management processes in the ANC-run Durban Metro were undermined through multiple irregularities that squandered resources meant to increase safety for eThekwini residents. This is the DA difference that citizens can look forward to under a DA government after 2019. A DA government that cuts corruption and improves service delivery, increasing safety for all communities. Thank you.
The ANC.
The ANC welcomes the positive outcomes of a motion of no confidence against Mogale City DA Mayor Michael Holstein on Wednesday, the 7th June 2017, with votes tallied 39-38 resulted in favor of the ANC motion of no confidence in the executive mayor. The motion was tabled on the basis of gross violation of the laws by the executive mayor. The ANC Speaker, Council agreed to his party's request to conduct a motion of no confidence against the DA Holstein through a secret ballot. Although the DA cried foul that the motion was not done through a show of hands by stating that the municipality's rules did not allow for a secret ballot when conducting motions of no confidence. This irony does not escape the ANC. The ANC thus views the position of the opposition parties as disingenuous, given that on the national level, they supported the UDM's call for a secret ballot vote for the motion of no confidence against the President, Jacob Zuma. The DA went further by calling for all ANC cadres in Parliament to vote with their conscience. And even more hypocritically, the DA national leadership was part of the last month's march by opposition parties to the Constitutional Court in support of the secret ballot.
Honourable Member,
I thank you.
Your time is expired. Honourable Members, that concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? The Honourable Minister of Energy, the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister of Science and Technology.
Thank you, House Chair. I think firstly, let me start by reiterating government's commitment in dealing with and fighting corruption amongst departments and everywhere else. And that is witnessed by the signing of the FICA Act by Minister Gigaba today, which he has signed and gazetted. That's part of the areas and the actions that government is showing on its commitment to fight corruption. The second issue I want to respond to is the statement by DA that speaks to poor budget in Johannesburg. I'm not so sure, Honourable Member, which Johannesburg you're talking about. Because in Johannesburg, the city of Johannesburg has cancelled free basic water to poor communities. Now, what are you are saying there's poor. The poor budget is not there.
Honourable members,
it's not there. You have cancelled 3 liters of water that are given to communities.
Honourable members.
That was introduced by the city of Johannesburg under ANC. Today, members of community who are poor, who are
Order, honourable
child-headed
members.
households, who are senior citizens, are
Order,
going to
honourable
suffer
member.
under your leadership. The other issue I want to respond to, Chair, is the issue around the killing of women and children. I think this issue needs all of us, from government, civil society, and all members of society, in terms of women and men, to stand together and say, not in our names, let's protect women, let's protect children, so that everybody can feel safe. Those who are found to be abusing women must be isolated in society, so there must not be any level of tolerance for those who are found wanting. The last one, Chair, I want to speak to the state of art of clinic in Gauteng, and I think this is a commitment of the ANC government in ensuring that...
Honourable
we do not
Minister, your
bring-
time is now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll take the Minister of Science and Technology first.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to begin, Chairperson, by agreeing with the Honourable Singh that we should not rather neglect attention to rhino poaching in any part of the country, and particularly in areas where we have very rich wildlife, such as KwaZulu-Natal. And thus the collaboration that we've had between the national parks as well as the CSIR and the police service in using technology developed by the CSIR in fighting rhino poaching in the Kruger Park is something that we should take to other parts of the country. So we would strongly support the Honourable Singh there. Secondly, I thank the Honourable Member of the ANC who referred to the laboratory that had been provided for the school in Ilenge in KwaZulu-Natal. This is part of our attempt to ensure that we increase resources for developing competence in science and technology in all parts of our country. And we value the support of all members of Parliament in encouraging young people in South Africa to take up science and mathematics. Finally, we applaud the Department of Human Settlements for continuing with the excellent record that government has built as the ANC-led government in providing housing to many millions of poor citizens in our country who would not enjoy such access had it not been for the democratic government of South Africa. And thus, we encourage increased efforts by the Human Settlements Department and particularly congratulate them on this step taken to support those who've not been able to get mortgages from banks and who will now be able to purchase homes with loans that are affordable from the entity created by the Department of Human Settlements. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The Honourable Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Honourable Minister has covered me basically on the rhino horn issue, but we absolutely agree that with the Honourable Singh that indeed our country's resources are being looted and that we can and should do better with regard to border management. And it's a real pity that it was, of all of the opposition parties, it was the IFP that voted in favor of the border management bill. And we certainly think that all parties of the House should agree that we can and should do better with border management in the future. We note, however, that the perpetrators in this particular case were apprehended, and we congratulate the officials in this regard. With regard to the issue of waivers, I'm sure Minister Gikaba can speak for himself on this matter, which was essentially more of a motion, a substantive motion than a member's statement, Chairperson. But be that as it may, I think it's wrong for members of Parliament to suggest that the minister was not acting within his legal powers. It's usual in Home Affairs
Order, honourable
for
members.
waivers to be applied for and to be granted with regard to special motivation. And finally, just speaking about the DA difference, I wonder if the honourable member who raised the issue of the DA difference read the letter to the Sunday Times by Ms. Bev Hermanson, who said, and I quote, "The DA promised that they were going to do better, that service would improve. Well, they lied, big time. Huge potholes in Randburg Ridge, no electricity, and sometimes no water." I wonder if we shouldn't all
Honourable
agree
Deputy Minister,
that the
your
DA
time is now
disappoints
expired.
in Joburg.
Just to remind the House or the honourable members that I indicated to the member who moved the motion in terms of the Minister of Finance during his term as Minister of Home Affairs that it requires a substantive motion. So we wait for the submission thereof and we will process it. Are there any further ministerial responses? There's no further ministerial responses. That concludes the responses then. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion? Honourable Bongo.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting, the House debates strengthening government, private sector, and labor partnership in attempting to address the country's unemployment challenges. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the excessive guarantees and bailouts given to state-owned enterprises in the light of the recession and continuous downgrades.
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. Since our arrival in Parliament 2014 as the EFF, we have called on this Parliament to intervene, wrote letters to the Minister and raised the matter as every opportunity for the APLA political prisoners to be released. We therefore called on the House that in the next sitting that the House debate the continued imprisonment of the APLA political prisoners. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates social cohesion and nation building. In the context of peace, humanity, and equality, we must jealously promote towards final liberation and development of our beautiful country. So I so move.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move at the next meeting that the House debates the poor train services that have left many commuters stranded and led to destruction and looting of public property. I thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Chair. I move on behalf of the NFP that in its next sitting, the House debates ways in which the South African economy can be put on a path of recovery to mitigate the impact of inevitable further credit down ratings. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates promoting inclusive growth and employment creation towards a prosperous South Africa. Thank you.
The UDM.
Hlale ngaphambili bese ngicingwa nomkhethe iUnited Democratic Movement ithi lendlu uyisomthetho icela ukuthi xa iphinde ihlala ishukuxe umba weScholar Transport eMpuma Koloni nakwezinye provinces nokuqongophala kwemali urhulumente abangakwazi uyikhupha for zona. I so move. Siyabulela.
The FF Plus. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the increase in South Africa's unemployment rate to 27.7%, the highest it has been in 14 years. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. I rise on behalf of EFF that in the next sitting, the House debate in every year winter storms floods the township all over the country and in particular Cape Town, destroying the homes of poor people, in particular black and colored. We therefore call on this House to debate the need for proper city planning that will bring people closer to the workplace and decent housing to eradicate this suffering. I so move.
The ANC.
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its sitting, the House debates encouraging the youth to make meaningful use of all support and resources available at their disposal to improve their prospect and their advancement in the economy. I so moved.
Cope. The ACDP. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates government housing subsidy programs, which is focused and directed at meeting the needs of the most vulnerable households, including orphans, the aged, and disabled. Thank you.
The AIC.
Thank you, Chair. I move on behalf of the AIC that this House debates in its next sitting the role of the Truth and Reconciliation units located within the Department of Justice and Correctional Services in implementing the recommendations by the Committee on Reparations and Rehabilitation. I so move.
Agang. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates strengthening the health system to ensure that it is efficient and responsive and offer financial risk protection. I thank you, Chair.
The APC. The PAC. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the shambolic state of affairs at Metro Rail and PRASA and their failure to deliver a reliable service to thousands of commuters. I so move.
The ANC.
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates recognizing traditional leaders as central to deepening democracy, public participation, and effective governance. I so move.
Honourable members, that concludes the members' motions. That also concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned. Thank you.